new dawn. And it's a new season for the year 2022, and a new time for all of us to embrace new life, new opportunities, new abundance. And while we balance our care and genuine prayer for peace and the awareness of a world that still includes unthinkable tragedy and sorrow and even war, we also are grateful for how blessed we are. And so let us use this spring of 2022 to take everything that we've learned, clear the past, and move forward in gratitude for the freedom that we have, for the blessings of our lives, for the opportunity to come together again in community, online, and yes, in person. We are all part of the awakening world, and we all have the roles that we're playing as individuals and collectively. We are the imaginal cells finding each other to create a beautiful, incredible butterfly out of the old paradigm. So welcome to spring of 2022. Welcome to the awakening world.
We come from the same source, a powerful love force. We're coming together, stronger than ever, not divided. We come from the same source, a powerful love force. We're coming together, hear the call, you are invited. We come from the same source, a powerful love force.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Love Coach Scott Catamas, and welcome to The Awakening World. I want to say a big hello to all of our friends coming into the Zoom room right now. And as always, let us know where you are geographically and what your thoughts are about this amazing topic: science, spirituality, and quantum consciousness. And I know a lot of you were watching last night's show. Wasn't it amazing? I mean, I got to say, last night's show was one of my favorite shows I've ever done. I was blown away with Adam and with Isaac, their wisdom. And this topic is such a powerful topic. And wait till you see who we have with us tonight. It's an amazing group of people. But just before I introduce Alan and JJ and Desiree and Stanley Cribner, who we're going to be with during this early show, I also want to welcome everybody who's watching on Facebook. Thank you to John and Summer Raymer for getting us out over 100 different Facebook groups and pages, and especially our friends at Unify. And for those of you who are watching on Unify, because that's our biggest broadcast partner, I will be periodically looking down at my other computer where I've got it tuned into Unify. So I'll be looking at your thoughts, your comments, and your questions. But for anybody watching on Facebook or on Alan's YouTube channel, the best bet is come on into the Zoom room. Come on in and join us. Really easy to do that. Just go to globalpeacetribe.com, globalpeacetribe.com, and register. It takes about a minute. And you'll then immediately get Zoom room links for all of our shows for the next 3 months. Because we do a show Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday morning. We'll have your email address, so you'll also get the replays. And if any of you didn't see last night's show, you're going to want to watch it because it was mind-blowing. And I think tonight's show is going to be pretty mind-blowing as well. So welcome, everybody. It's great to see friends from all over the world. Right away, I see a lot of our friends from Alabama, Arkansas, Colorado, California, New Mexico, San Diego, Chico, California, Norfolk, Virginia, Santa Rosa. And then here on Unify, we've got people from Melbourne, Australia, Holland, Virgin Islands. So welcome, Minnesota, Malibu. From Malibu to Minnesota. That sounds like a line from a song. All right. We have had a really wonderful weekend because of Alan Steinfeld. I'm bringing Alan on right now. He and I, periodically, about once every 3 months, we do a show together now, and he's an amazing collaborating partner. And Alan, you hit the ball out of the park last night. I was so impressed with Zenka, Isaac, and Adam, and it was an amazing conversation. And same thing, you've got some remarkable people. So I'm going to turn it over to you to introduce our guests for the early Zoom Room show.
Right. Thanks, Scott. And it's always great to collaborate because you've created such a great, fantastic forum that connects the dots around the world. And I think the reason last night's show was so on point is because people are needing new ideas to enter a new world. That's why we have some of the great researchers in the field of consciousness here today. So I'll just introduce, I'll just introduce Stanley, JJ, and Desiree, but Stanley Cribner is going to really lead off the discussion about consciousness and science and his 15 plus years of investigation. Stanley Cribner is the foremost American parapsychologist. He doesn't want me to read the whole bio, but I will say in 2002 he won the APA Award for Distinguished Contributions to the International Advancement of Psychology. He has been around the world investigating phenomena. He's going to share some of that with us, and particularly with JJ and Desiree Hurtak, who I think he was going to be your best man at your wedding, wasn't he, JJ? and they're old friends, and they go back and they can trace the development of why we are at this place and this turning point in history now, where new ideas and new possibilities of what consciousness and science and that merging look like. So my good friends JJ and Desiree Hurtak are linguists, anthropologists, cosmologists, and JJ, please give us a little background about your relationship to Stanley, and just jump into, dialogue there.
Thank you so much. Well, we're very honored to honor our beloved colleague, Stan Cribner, of course, is one of the foremost thinkers in parapsychology, certainly one of the great catalysts who's worked behind the scenes with people like Dr. Rob Jan from Princeton University, Judy Scotch and her husband, Robert, who in the 1970s really were the pioneer thinkers of Course in Miracles, Thelma Moss at UCLA. I can go on and on, connecting with the indigenous in Brazil. Also a friend and a colleague of Elizabeth Rauscher, perhaps one of the most foremost parapsychologists and physicists of the world. Stan Cribner represents really the whole team of thinkers, what I would call evolutionary leaders who want to see a positive world. So it's on my honor to be a part of this panel, recognizing his contributions for over 50 years. And we're proud to say that he hasn't given up yet. He's going to turn the world around again and again, as he's done in the past. So our great love to you, Stan, for being a colleague, a friend, also a great futurist.
Mm-hmm. So Stanley, why don't you go into a little bit of how in your investigations you've merged the field of consciousness, awareness with scientific documentation, and you guys can dialogue about that. So Stanley, go ahead, give us a little background.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I have to correct you. I am not the foremost parapsychologist in the world. Absolutely not. I'm embarrassed to hear that. There are probably 24 at least more prominent parapsychologists than I am. Okay. Anyway, aside from that, I think that this is an important topic, and the thrust of my investigations has been a scientific one. In other words, using scientific methods to explore various fields that I've been involved in, such as parapsychology, but also hypnosis and psychedelics, meditation. Also, the whole field of consciousness is divided into many, many domains. There's a domain of cognition, a domain of emotion. All of those are of interest to me, and different of my publications, focus in on different aspects of consciousness. So that would be my introduction to answer your very tantalizing question.
Desiree, go ahead.
Right. Well, I just want to mention that Stan has been around for a long time, and he's done all those things you just mentioned. One of the things that we connected with him is in 75. This was published from lectures in 1973. It's called Energies of Consciousness. It was from the famous publishing house Gordon and Breach at that time. And in this book, it's very similar to your book, Alan, Making Contact, because it has various writers, one of which was Dr. Hurtak at the time. He was quite a young person writing about this. But also in there is Ed Mitchell, Thelma Moss, if you're familiar with her. She was an amazing person connected with UCLA. And also William Tiller, who worked at Stanford University. He was connected also with the consciousness dimensions. So it was an amazing book that Stan was able to put together with really top figures in this was published 1975. So we love Stan. Go ahead.
No, I just wondered, can you give us a little discoveries that Stan made, or some of the insights he made, or Stan can volunteer himself? Yeah.
Well, Stan, this was about your Carillion work, right? A lot of that was Carillion, and also some other research that was going on at the time in consciousness, because consciousness was just beginning to be a field of understanding. Everyone thought consciousness came just from inside the brain. They didn't think there was any interconnectedness or any even emanation. So Carillion, when you could see something that's like shooting out of your fingers after you've meditated versus before you meditated, you start realizing the body is an electric field and that there's something in the consciousness that shifts that. Stan, can you talk about that, a little bit about the Carillion and consciousness?
Actually, I'll be happy to talk about it, but it's really something that I did decades ago. It's not really current. And Carillion photography was a type of exercise where people would put their finger, a coin, a leaf, whatever, on a piece of film, and electric charge was run through it. It's called Carillion because it was developed by Semyon Carillion in the former Soviet Union. Now, what came out of all of this? Nothing really substantial. You look at the results of Carillion photography, and I've said then and I say now, it's best appreciated as an art form. You get some beautiful photographs from Carillion photography, and the people who I respect most in that field are people like Don Parker, Jean Mollet, who used Carillion photography to create gorgeous works of art. And Jean Mollet actually did a quilt with the Carillion pictures in it. So this is basically an art form rather than anything that I would consider strictly scientific.
But Stan, don't you think though, if you were meditating and things shot out more from your fingers, or that showed you a little bit difference, between one state of consciousness and another? Or what are you into right now? What's intriguing you right now?
You're not sure. Somebody might have just pressed their finger more firmly on the film.
Okay.
And that doesn't require a change of consciousness. So the example you give, I'm sorry, just doesn't hold up.
Okay.
What about the fact that maybe light is emanating from the human body? You know, JJ's had experiences like that. JJ, you want to comment about light and bodies?
There have been significant studies that Konstantin Karakov and others in Russia have done on what is called the biophotonic experience, whereby higher states of consciousness, or those areas where one sublimates energy on high levels of peak experiences, can allow certain energy releases that show themselves in a variety of forms or geometries 3 or 4 inches off the body. This has been studied by Marco Bishop in Germany and Switzerland and a whole bunch of others. But Stan, you are the great synthesizer. And again, I don't want to overstate your role in one discipline, because you have brought many disciplines together. And I want to add at this point, you introduced me to a guy by the name of Reed Erickson, who in turn helped with our research in Tibet and Oriental studies to save Tibetan documents on medical astrology, astronomy. And this was a whole area of medical science that was overlooked by Western doctors. The Tibetan documents went back 800 to 1,000 years and provided, as it were, a medical recipe adjacent really to what the Chinese, later the Japanese, were doing in terms of the acupuncture field of science. And I salute you for opening the door really to serious work with the Tibetan community, both in Tibet as well as in exile.
But a lot of this was past. So Stanley, what's your interest now? What have you learned over these literally 50 years practically of research?
Well, you're getting a little bit ahead of me. I want to comment on what Jim just said about the light coming from the human body. Yes, this is true. These are biophotons that come out of the human body. They can be measured. Franz Popp in Germany has been the leading researcher on this. And there is a whole body of research in scientific journals about biophotons and the human body. That's something that is not a particular discipline of mine, but I'm interested in it. Now, to skip ahead in terms of what I am doing now, frankly, I have finished doing my research. Right now, I'm working for my publisher on my memoirs. And on my memoirs, I hope that I live long enough to finish them. I'll be pulling together everything that I've done over the past several decades. And as I'm a little bit further along, I'll be able to answer your question more specifically. But just to give you an example, I am writing about the work with dream telepathy that we did, that I worked on for 10 years at Maimonides Medical Center in New York City. And this was published in over 100 articles over the course of the years, in not only in parapsychological journals, but in mainstream medical and psychological journals, still controversial, but at least the body of research is there. However, I was not just satisfied with getting the results from our dream telepathy studies. I wanted to find out how this would be linked with something that's more measurable. And so what we did was to note the geomagnetic field for each of our experiments. And when the geomagnetic field was low, there was more telepathy. When it was high, there was less telepathy. Now, this is something where there is a correlation between something ephemeral like telepathy and something solid like geomagnetic fields. And so this, I would say, is one of my key interests and the thrust of many of my investigations.
Yeah, that's great, because we've worked with the Russian researchers who have put these people in almost like a type of semi-Faraday cage, where they played with the magnetic fields affecting the brain. And they have agreed 100% with what you said. You lower the magnetic field strength, you call it geomagnetic, but basically the magnetic field strength, and you seem to open up, we'll say, to a higher consciousness. I think that that's actually happening right now on the planet. I think because like you have the South Atlantic anomaly over South America coming from Southern Africa. And I think the people are starting to get more consciously aware amongst one another. And of course, the whole field strength all over the planet, for the most part, is shifting. And scientists are even concerned that it will actually reverse the magnetic poles at one point. But for the now, it's just reducing. So that's saying we're opening a new era of consciousness for all of us. I hope you agree with that.
Let us hope. It couldn't come a day too soon.
Hey, Stan, can you talk a little bit about what dream telepathy means? Give us an example of that. And JJ can also talk about non-local consciousness. But go ahead, tell us, Stan, what those experiments were.
Well, back 50 years ago, when we first got this work started, there were a number of anecdotal reports of psychotherapists working with their clients, and they would have a dream about the client's personal problems. Once in a while, the client would have a dream about the psychotherapist's life. Well, this was all anecdotal. And anecdotes don't stand up on their own, but they can lead toward more controlled research. So Montague Ullman, who I worked with at Maimonides Medical Center in New York City, set up a laboratory where we had a sleeping participant trying to dream about what somebody in a distant room was looking at, usually an art print of some sort or another. And over the course of our work, which took about 10 years, we did some 50 different experiments and tabulated them up. And not only did we find correlations between the dreams and what the center was looking at, but we found out that, as I said before, this was most successful when there was low geomagnetic activity. Now, all of this is discussed in our book, Dream Telepathy. All of this is discussed in dozens of articles, not only from our point of view, but several other people have also replicated this. Now, the outrageous skeptics are saying, no, this has not been replicated. You go to Wikipedia, they say it's not been replicated. Not true, not true at all. Wikipedia, you cannot trust when it comes to anything along these lines, by the way. We had 3 different laboratories report and repeat what we did at Maimonides. And all of that is in the literature. All of that is written up, and it's easy to track down. Let me just give you an example for the listeners who are not really able to grasp the subtleties of this. One night, somebody was looking at a picture, and it was a picture of a boxing match, a painting called Both Members of the Club by Bellow. Now, the dreamer had a dream about going into Madison Square Garden, and he saw a poster. The poster showed a boxing match, and he was going to buy pictures of the boxing match. And the dreamer wasn't even interested in boxing. So here's a case where the dream matched the picture. I hope that's clear to everybody. Now imagine us doing that dozens and dozens of times over the course of 10 years, and you have a body of literature that can be examined, looked at, and learned from.
Thank you. JJ, please talk about now. Yeah.
I wanted to say that Stan was also a leader in the study of psychotropic medicine, particularly from working with people in South America. I know my late colleague, Elizabeth Rauscher, who did this magnificent book called Mind Dynamics in Space and Time with Us, spoke highly of Stan's ability to work across cultural frontiers and particularly look at the ethnic and the indigenous traditions in terms of what they had to offer, both in terms of the medical use of sacred plants, but also the ability that they could reach higher states of consciousness through shamanistic principles through which they could be, shall we say, experiencing non-local realities. And he was able, that is to say, Stan here was able to outline the importance of this long before Western scholars and scientists were involved.
Can you talk about non-local consciousness as a scientist, JJ Hurtak?
Well, this has been the real work behind the scenes at Stanford Research Institute that spent 20 years, over $20 million, looking at Mission Impossible, namely, can the human psyche leave its three-dimensional horizon and entertain or experience other states of awareness and bring back information that can be factually verified by a third-party source. And the upshot of all of this was, yes, the SRI studies on non-local consciousness were validated. And in our studies of over 700 pages, over 300 scientific papers, it's clear that the second greatest contribution in the 20th century, besides splitting the atom, was realizing that the human being is local and non-local. And consciousness, capital C, is not simply confined to space and time or sodium ions flowing through our veins, but consciousness is all space, capital A, double L, which means consciousness exists theoretically even before the Big Bang. Consciousness is that which can contains all elements of evolution and provides the inventive frontiers of how we interrelate and contact all life within all possibilities of life.
But I think also what Stanley was describing about the dream experiences is part of that, because what's interesting is that it shows even when we're unconscious, so to speak, or in the dream state, you would say subconscious, you're able to project, you're sending and you're receiving information all the time. And if you tune into that, you're able also to pick up on it. And so I think that was a great experiment. Maimonides Hospital is a fabulous, really kind of real place that scientists and doctors work at. So it's not some woo-woo institute. And he was able to really make a difference with the scientific community through showing his dream experiments.
And I wanted to say this on behalf of Stan. He may not know the full story of our work in Tibet behind the scenes in the early 1970s, but we were able to microfilm a lot of Tibetan medical documents and save them from destruction during the Chinese Cultural Revolution. So there's a whole facet of Oriental intellectual history, particularly in the region of Eastern and Southern Tibet, that was saved for posterity. And we look at now the medicine of the East with the medicine of the West converging in this age of synthesis.
Right. I just want to get some final words here from Stanley as we wrap up this portion of the show. Stanley, do you have anything you would like to just share about your years of research and wisdom and knowledge?
Yes, I would say that maybe to wrap things up, there are a lot of stories out there, a lot of anecdotes out there, which of course are important, and I've made collections of them. But what has motivated me is to try to pin down these experiences and put them into some sort of scientific framework, and then get them published, get them out into the world in scientific journals and websites and podcasts and the like, so that you have a robust body of evidence that will sort of withstand some of the irrational criticisms that we get over the years. Now, Jim was extremely perceptive in terms of some of his knowledge about Eastern medicine and how it has now come into a larger picture and is enriching Western medicine, but also in terms of the psychotropic experiences in South America. And it is true that I was one of the first to learn about ayahuasca, or yahe, as it's called in some parts of Brazil, and to do some actual research with it. It was very, very simple research, but I was the first one to collect a couple of dozen of experiences that ayahuasca users had, and I was able to use a scale that we devised detecting spiritual elements in experiential reports. And we found spiritual elements in the ayahuasca experience, got that published in a journal, and much to my happiness, this is the first scientific study done with ayahuasca. Now, it is true that these were anecdotal reports, but the use that we put to these anecdotal reports was to take a scale and detect spiritual elements in some or all of them. So I think that would be a good wrap up for you.
Beautiful.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to have you with us, Mr. Cribner. And of course, JJ and Desiree, you guys are amazing. And luckily, everybody, stick around because we have a lot of JJ and Desiree coming up. I believe that Mr. Cribner is going to be working with his biographer. If you get a chance to come on back into our roundtable conversation, we'll continue that. But this was a great, great start. And already people in the chat box are saying, oh my God, what an amazing start to this show.
What if I were to suggest that you play a key role in the awakening world? that you are watching this because you have heard the call. We can start right now by opening our hearts and minds. Welcome to the awakening world.
Welcome, everybody, to the main show for the Awakening World. Of course, we have a lot of our Zoom Room friends that have been with us for the early show, but I want to welcome all of you who are watching on Facebook and on Alan Steinfeld's YouTube channel. Every weekend, we take a topic and we explore it in depth on Friday night, Saturday night, and then wrapping it up on our Sacred Sunday show. And the topic for this weekend is so mind-blowing. It's so deep. It's science, spirituality, and quantum consciousness. And honestly, already the conversations we had last night and just now with Stanley Cribner, JJ, and Desiree Hurtak are helping us to see the big picture and also to recognize where maybe some of our ideas might need to be challenged. And that's the wonderful thing about the Awakening World. We're not here to promote any particular religion or belief system or dogma, but we are here to help each other to wake up in our own unique ways. Obviously, humanity is at an incredible turning point in which humanity needs to evolve. And so just as in the big world and the macro level, so do we on the micro level also need to evolve. So, here we are, and we've got a really powerful group of people that are with us tonight. I want to start by acknowledging my co-creator and colleague for the show. This is Alan Steinfeld. You know him from New Realities Media and Television. You're going to hear a lot from Alan. He has brought in some of his favorite guests and friends. And let me show you who else you're going to be seeing on tonight's show. We are really happy to be featuring JJ and Desiree Hurtak again. They are two of our favorite guests. They are really the social scientists, futurists, and they're the founders of the Academy for Future Science, which is an international organization. They have been studying, researching all the amazing phenomena for their entire adult lives. And we are really grateful to have you both with us and always the wisdom that you have to share. So thank you so much.
Great to be here, Scott. Thanks.
Yeah, wonderful to have you with us. I'm also really excited. Carolyn Cory's back. And I was so impressed when I met Carolyn before. I was fortunate she did an entire Sacred Sunday show with me. And she is also studying and documenting extraordinary things. And we're going to get to see tonight the premiere, a trailer for her brand new movie. And congratulations, Caroline. Making any movie is amazing. And you've made several now. And we're really excited about seeing the trailer. So welcome. It's good to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Paul Hyneck is with us. Paul is a new guest to our show. And he is a current professor at Pepperdine University, which, by the way, has the most beautiful campus of any campus on the planet. I grew up in Topanga and Malibu. He's the son of J. Allen Hyneck, and so he grew up with the whole UFO phenomenon, and he has a passion for, I like how he puts it, dragging mainstream science out of their comfort zone. So, Paul, we are looking forward to you ripping on it tonight. Absolutely.
I'm happy to be here as part of this august assemblage.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Now, Stanley Cribner was with us on the early show, and he might be coming back, but he's still with us right now. So I'm going to there is a legend, Mr. Cribner. And Stanley, it's been so good to have you already, and hopefully you'll be able to stay with us a little bit longer because we really appreciate your wisdom and all that you've had to share. It's been great.
Oh, thank you so much. You certainly have excellent guests. JJ and Desiree, of course, I've known for half a century, and I met Alan Hyneck when he was still with us, and so it's always a pleasure to have contact with his son.
Truly making contact, which is the theme of Alan Steinfeld's book. So we're all here making contact. We also have with us again another new guest. This is DB, and she is really fascinating. She will focus on how Einstein's astrophysics, along with astronomy and astrology, are all pieces of one overriding cosmology. So we're really looking forward to hearing what you have to say. Now, most of you that are regulars on our show know that on Saturday nights, we have music. And tonight we've got two of my absolute favorite human beings, actually, as well as amazing musical artists. Cornflower is back. And we love Cornflower. He is going to get us off to a great start in a few minutes. And when I thought, okay, if we've got Cornflower, we better have another mega superstar musical artist to balance it out. And we were very fortunate. I thought of Johanna. I said, Johanna, it's been about 6 weeks. Can we have you on the show again? And thank God she was available and said yes. And of course, I'm talking about Johanna Beekman. So welcome, Johanna. And so it's going to be an evening of extraordinary thought, ideas, concepts, music to help us digest. I got to tell you, as I've been listening to Mr. Cribner, JJ, Desiree, our guests yesterday, I feel like a little kid. I feel like I'm in about junior high school watching these amazing professors whose body of knowledge and wisdom is you got to really pay attention. I noticed a comment from one of our viewers that said they've already had to watch last night's show 3 times to be able to really comprehend everything that was expressed. So it's kind of like that. So with no further ado, I am going to turn it back over to the man who really put this weekend together, Alan Steinfeld. And Alan, you did a great job. And tell us a little bit more about tonight's theme or this weekend's theme.
Well, these are some of my favorite people: Caroline, Janaba, JJ, and Desiree Hurtak, and my new best friend, Paul Hyneck, there. So I called on these people because they are, and Stanley, of course, have been looking at reality a little different than the mainstream. They are pushing the edge of what is possible, and we are coming into a new time, and we need a new science. What I like about JJ and Desiree particularly, and everyone else, is it's based on an understanding. It's not just someone's own personal experience. It is, even astrology is based on a widespread understanding of what's possible and alignment of energies. So, and of course, Caroline's recent movie is a breakthrough in science and UFO studies. It's a tear in the sky. We'll get to that. So I thought what my theme has been for the last 25 years is new realities. So how else are we going to understand new realities unless we have ideas, theories, possibilities, and procedures for integrating new ways of knowing, new ways of understanding reality. And when we have new ways, we perceive differently and we see a different world. So that's why some people had to watch last night's show 3 times, because what we're talking about here is outside the box of what we've known. And that's why I'm really excited to be here with some of my best friends. So thank you, Scott. Mute it. You're muted. Well, I don't want to miss that.
Thank you, Alan. It's really great to have. I always enjoy collaborating with you. Alan and I first met in 1989. I was making a movie, a feature film in Maui, and he was living on the property where we were filming, and we hired him as our assistant director because we needed an AD at the last minute, and he did a great job, and we've been collaborating ever since.
I was living in a tent to get away from the film business I was working in New York, and a film crew shows up at my doorstep or tent site, and Scott said, well, we need someone. I don't know how to do that, and this is our 33rd anniversary, I think, here, Scott.
That's right.
It was right around this time, I think, actually. So yes,
that's true. Yeah, we were shooting in April. We started shooting in April of 1989, so 33 years ago.
Right.
All right, music. I love getting our show off to a great start with dynamic music. And Cornflower, thank you for being with us all the way from North Carolina. And what do you got for us tonight?
Just absolute gratitude and truly honored every time I get to be here with the Global Peace Tribe. So thank you all for welcoming me back. And yeah, let's just get started. I have no idea what songs to come. So let's just drop in together, drop into your breath, and let's arrive through the music as one.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. So I'll take that in to breathe as he's encouraging us in his cornflower way to breathe that in. I see Johanna's breathing it in. Alan's breathing it in. The wild monk Jerry is breathing it in.
Even
Caroline.
Stanley was doing a little movement. Did you see that? Stanley?
Yeah. It's beautiful.
Yes, he was dancing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Cornflower, I so appreciate you. People asked about your mom. I put it in the chat box, but
Oh,
for
wonderful.
those who didn't see in the chat box, because people know that your mom is going through some challenges, and but in talking about it, my understanding is that she's with the love of her son and the support of her family. She's in recovery. Yeah.
Yeah, she's doing good. She's got a long road ahead, but she has really come a long way and is getting stronger and stronger every day. And just it's remarkable to watch someone come back to life after such a huge stroke, and that it's all possible. That it's all possible, and because a lot of times they have to say things because of liability, like doctors, and if you listen to that and take that as bond, as truth, then it can be debilitating and limit your ability to recover fully. And so, I've been in her ear. Our whole family's been in her ear. Like, there's no limitation to your recovery. It's up to you. So it's been a beautiful thing to watch.
Mm. Tomorrow morning's show is all about quantum healing. So if you get a
There we
chance,
go.
drop in and watch it.
That's it.
Now, Cornflower is going to be with us again. He's going to come back a little bit later on, but I want to let people know how you can get more cornflower. We all love cornflower. I mean, do you see in the chat box the moment before we even played, people are like, "Oh my God, I love cornflower." So we all love cornflower, and go to his website, cornflowermusic.com. Now, he's got a lot of good stuff for you there. He's got music and events, but I want to direct people to join. Now, at the very least, put in your name, email address, so he's got your, he can contact you and let you know what's going on. Oh, you want my last name, huh? All right. I thought you knew who I was by now, but there we go. Name is missing, requires subfields, last name.
I
Okay.
don't know what that's about. That's interesting.
Let's try it again one more time.
Well, I would love to bring people's attention to I've got my first live stream concert happening on the full moon on April 16th. And
Let's go take a look at that.
if you go to the homepage, you'll
Back
find
to
the
homepage,
link to register. It's free. It's going to be on Zoom, and really looking forward to dropping in with everyone. It's been a long time since I've done my own event, and we've got a great community, and hoping that we can have a big blast out and have a beautiful full moon evening together. So,
Absolutely. What is my full moon intention? To
yes.
support cornflower.
Well, you already have. So intention has been manifested.
All right. Cornflower, thank you so much for getting us out to such a beautiful start. And we'll see you in a little while.
Okay. Love you all. See you soon.
Absolutely. All right. It is my pleasure. I think, Ellen, let me do the kind of basics on Caroline, and then you can add your own personal thing. Because Alan and I were arm wrestling over who gets to introduce you, Caroline, because we're both big fans of yours. So, for anyone who doesn't know Caroline's background, she is remarkable. We're going to be seeing and hearing about her new film, A Tear in the Sky. So I'm not going to talk about that right now because she's going to talk about it. But she has been creating movies and studying what human beings are capable of. And her last movie, I think it was called Supernatural.
Superhuman.
Superhuman. Blew me away. Like, she had this amazing documentation. Kids playing ping pong, blindfolded, because they were so, like, use the force. She has understood how that's happening. She is really, I think, one of the leading researchers and documentarians of consciousness at its greatest. So, Caroline, I'm so grateful for what you're doing in the world. I feel honored that you're on our show tonight, and I'll turn it over to my partner, Alan, to wax poetic.
Thanks,
Right.
Scott.
Well, Caroline's not only a good friend, she actually wrote the last chapter of my book, Making Contact. She, in a way, had the final word because of her ET experiences, her higher consciousness, her ability to bridge science and consciousness. So this is really why I wanted her here, but also for the amazing film she is about to release, which I had a chance to preview, and I won't give it all away, but it is an investigation. What are these objects in the sky? What are UFOs? What are UAPs, as they're now being called, unidentified aerial phenomena? Because maybe they're more than just objects, they're actually phenomena. So Caroline assembled a team of experts to investigate that. And as you watch this film, you follow along, they make a remarkable discovery, and discoveries that it's in real time, and it's a breakthrough in our understanding of what this phenomenon is. So I'm so happy you're here on the show today, Caroline, because you're about to launch a new field of study in the field of ufology. So do you want to talk about that? And of course, we'll show the trailer with one of my favorite influencers, William Shatner, who's in the film. So yeah, talk about the film and the intent and what it accomplished for you.
Yeah, so first of all, thanks for having me, Alan and Scott. This is awesome. So I feel as a filmmaker, I'm more and more realizing that my work is about making the paranormal normal, and how do you do that? From consciousness to healing to UFOs, it doesn't matter what the subject is. But I feel like because that has been my work for many, many years, that the way to do this is to bring science. Now, of course, we're using scientific methodologies to study a phenomenon that is not necessarily measurable with scientific instruments, or at least up to a certain point. So in my last film, Superhuman, I demonstrated scientifically the effect of consciousness on the physical body, physical matter. So people who missed that should definitely watch it. But in this next film coming up, A Tear in the Sky, I wanted to approach the UFO phenomenon from, again, a scientific perspective. So how do you do that? Either you kind of go and study everything that's out there, the reports, and then kind of do some sort of forensic analysis and things like that. But what I wanted to do is kind of start from scratch. Let's go out and see if we can capture something, but not just capture it. How do you capture it? We've assembled a huge amount of equipment ranging from optical, to FLIR, to thermal, for those who are not familiar, acoustic, magnetic field, spectrum analyzers. So to understand a phenomenon, you really have to, and to study it scientifically, you have to do correlations and try to get any sort of triangulation and things like that. So we set up this massive investigation in real time. And of course, I was like so nervous because we're filming in real time and not knowing, wait a minute, are we going to capture anything? I mean, what are the odds that something will show up on our cameras exactly during our filming, And so, of course, we try to cover a long period. I mean, it's not that long, but it was 5 days nonstop, 24/7. And with all these equipments from multiple locations. And of course, we ended up capturing not just one thing, but multiple things, and not just objects, but actual phenomena that have never been discovered before. So I'm so thrilled and excited to be bringing this to the world. Like no one's ever done anything like this before. So I'm super excited.
And it's such a well done movie. The production values are very like professional Hollywood film. And you're out there looking at these objects in the sky and for everyone to see, which is remarkable. So thank you. Do you want to start with the trailer and then we'll go into it? Or
Yeah, why don't we show the trailer? I'm sure there'll be many questions and comments because.
you want to just give a little background on the trailer before you start? Like what?
Well, let the people be surprised, I think.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
I'm sure there'll be questions.
What has made mankind is an insatiable curiosity. Insatiable.
Uh-oh. The audio got cut off.
Oh, can we redo that?
Yeah, it started out fine and then it kind of cut off.
Okay, let's try it. Thanks for letting me know. It seemed okay on my end, but we'll do it again.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let me go back to the beginning.
What has made mankind is an insatiable curiosity. Insatiable. What is that? Nobody knows. A phenomenon.
Nobody's ever done this as far as I know.
It's a huge amount of work, a huge amount of data and equipment. That has never been done.
Whatever this is more complex than we could ever imagine.
This is a first in the field of ufology.
The variety of devices we're bringing as a team to study the phenomenon covered an entire spectrum of different technologies in real time.
That moment shook me to the core because I knew my life was about to change again.
I think we're going to have like a couple of really, really good spots.
When I hear that you've assembled a team of top scientists using state-of-the-art equipment, I say to myself, it's about time.
This is an unidentified, unclassified new phenomenon.
Wow, Tic Tacs. Maybe Tic Tacs.
Maybe.
Caught on our cameras.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Crazy. It isn't crazy, it's crazy. It's crazy.
We can go from body heat to very cold, like about minus 62 Celsius or minus 80 Fahrenheit.
Wow.
We will be transmitting data up to 800 terahertz in frequency. Our highest technology is up around 500 gigahertz.
I can't tell you how much I'm looking forward to seeing what you've uncovered.
We're triangulating and converging at 2 points, the same object.
It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's friggin' gone.
Something over, Catalina. We need you up there.
We could be heading towards the biggest "see I told you so" in history.
That's what we need, the smoking gun that'll clinch it. That once and for all will settle the debate. No ifs, ands, or buts. And in the process, rewrite all of human history.
Oh my God, you guys. Is this the wormhole? It's insane.
Wow. That's fantastic, Caroline. What a wonderful, wonderful trailer. And of course, it's a total tease because now we want to watch the whole movie.
That's the point of the trailer.
Now, how do we see the movie? Tell us, what's the distribution plan?
Yeah, so pre-sales start, pre-orders start April 19th, and then the film officially launches May 3rd. So as of May 3rd, it's released everywhere, but they can pre-order April 19th. And the best way to do that is go to the main website right now, because we're setting up all the platforms. It's probably going to be, it's going to be on Amazon, everywhere else. The main website is atearinthesky.com.
Okay.
And so if you go there right now, it just has a button that says coming May 3rd, but eventually that will take you to all the platform where you could just order the film.
Great. I mean, when Michio Kaku says this is going to rewrite all of history, I got chills. It's like something in this film that's revealed will rewrite history. I'm curious what Paul Hyneck, whose father was a scientist and astronomer, very practically based. Any insights about that trailer there, Paul?
I, like everybody else, can't wait to see the full movie. And I live close to there, so I want to know who's in my neighborhood.
Yeah, so yeah, honestly, we it wasn't just objects that we captured, and you saw the amount of equipment. I wasn't kidding, right? So it was hundreds of hours of data collected from these cameras and these devices, and so it was so much information to go through to process, that eventually we realized we kept kind of finding more and more interesting objects. And so, of course, I picked a few, the best ones, obviously, for the movie. But there's still a lot of data that's coming once the movie's released. We're going to release more information. So, but obviously, you saw in the trailer, the two big things are objects that look like the Tic Tacs, which is crazy. And also that phenomenon that nobody can figure out. Don't forget, these are scientists. They're not going to see something in the sky and right away say, "Oh, we think it's a wormhole." No. In fact, the scientists in the movie are hardcore scientists. I mean, they're like, don't even mention consciousness, don't even mention any of that. So they want the facts. So it was,
you know what, Caroline? Sorry, that they are not just regular people. The two people were aboard the USS Princeton who saw the Tic Tacs. And right? I mean, do you want to talk about the people on the crew there?
Yeah, so there was a team what happened was originally I was going to put the team together, and then through my research, I found this group UAPX, and they already had, which was perfect because they already had military, the guys who were on the ship. So they were part of the film. And they already had two scientists on board. So I ended up having military Navy folks who were witnesses, direct witnesses, scientists, theoretical scientists, and oh my God, they're going to kill me. But one is a dark matter expert, and one is an expert in exoplanets. So they're understanding how to discover things in space. So we had these two on board. And of course, we had Michio Kaku and, William Shatner just to add more to the insight. So it was really the ideal team because you have real people, credible people, and the scientists. And it ended up being an extraordinary experience. But to me, the most important thing, yes, it is a film, but we've done something that no one's done before. The government hasn't released anything like this before, let alone do it. Even scientific organization, any organizations in ufology, no one's has put anything like this together before. So that's the reason why I'm so excited, because it's not just the entertainment factor, it's the importance of the data that we've collected that's going to be released.
Yes.
Two things. I see that Stanley Cribner is still with us. So Mr. Cribner, if you would like to offer a comment, just give me a thumbs up and I'll put the spotlight on you. And while he's deciding whether or not he wants to say anything, there is a question. Could you explain, Caroline, what the Tic Tac UFOs are? Because some of the people don't know what that is.
Yeah, so what happened in 2017, the Navy released 3 videos of anomalous objects that looked elongated like a Tic Tac. For the foreigners, because I don't know who's asking the questions, it's actually, there's a candy that looks that's elongated that is called Tic Tac. So everybody started to call these anomalous objects Tic Tacs, and so and it became a very famous thing since that time because the New York Times, all the major networks covered the event. It became more credible, and everybody started to call these anomalous objects the Navy Tic Tacs.
Right.
So that's kind of how
and nobody has done the analysis of them like Carolyn just does in this movie. Well, what are these things? How do they show up? Where do they show up? What technology is tracking them? So we're not getting that from the government, but we're getting that here, which proves this thing is probably not from this dimension or planet or sphere of human development. So
I'm bringing on our other people that are with us. And JJ, Desiree, if you can hear me, I'd love to bring you on as well. Stanley, Paul, JJ, do any of you have some thoughts? Anything you'd like to share after watching Caroline's trailer and hearing what she's up to?
Well, I'll be happy to make a quick comment.
Yeah.
I want to congratulate Debbie on her efforts. This is a real pioneering effort. And as she said, this is something that you're not going to get from the government. And so we need to pay attention to films like this. I think that there's a next step. And the next step is to take the Tic Tacs and other anomalies in the film and put them into written form and get them published in a peer-reviewed journal like the Journal for Scientific Exploration. And then they're out there for people to debate, discuss, object, confirm. But as I say, this is a good first step.
Well, actually, that's exactly what is happening. The scientists are writing a scientific paper for peer review, which again is a first. And so they're going to be publishing that by the end of this year. That's supposed to be the timeline. But they will also be making several once the movie's out, they're going to be, making different presentations about how they went about studying these objects. What is the scientific analysis? Like, how do you go about a scientific analysis when you're studying a phenomenon like this? So they're going to be talking about all of this through different conferences and presentations once the movie's out. And then I can't wait, like you were saying, Stanley, for that scientific paper to come out for peer review.
On the human side of this, Caroline, what's so beautiful about your film is there's a vindication of those military people that were ridiculed for coming forward and saying they saw this object, these Tic Tacs. And one guy, I think even his whole career went down the drain, but he was on this team and he comes away with a renewed sense of self-worth and validation that what he saw was a reality. And that's another really great aspect of what you've captured here.
Yeah, exactly. It's bringing validation to all the people who have seen a UFO, have had any sort of contact, who have had any sort of understanding. I mean, this just takes it at a whole different level with the validation, for everyone. So yeah, Kevin Day was the military. His whole career was completely destroyed because there's so much ridicule, and now he's got the last word.
I'd love to give JJ and Desiree a chance to share any of their
Right.
thoughts.
We're very impressed, Carolyn, with your great work. Years ago, Jet Propulsion Lab, Dr. Andrei Puharich, who was with Army Military Intelligence, and I showed special documents, one of which I'm holding here. It's a picture of me back in the 1970s with 3 spaceships that appeared outside a commercial jet. Andrea's camera was levitated off the seat of the jet and took the picture of the 3 unknown spacecraft. And so we were ridiculed at that time, but now a whole new generation has come. And Carolyn, you represent that new generation of people who are looking at things in action. So there's no way of disputing with all of the camera paraphernalia that you've got there, the reality of what's happening before our very eyes.
Right. We do feel we're in the midst of disclosure, and Carolyn is a key part of making this public to everyone. And so great that it is in a video that everyone can just see and watch and listen to. And in addition to that, of course, this recent report came out from the government of 1,500 pages about their own studies about extraterrestrials. They were looking more about the consciousness behind it. But in all of this, we're just starting to expand our understanding that we're not alone in the universe and accepting the fact that this stuff is real. And you, Caroline, do a beautiful job of that.
And there's a side to higher intelligence. Dr. J. Allen Hyneck and I were in Brazil, and we saw spiritual reality connected with what I will call extraterrestrial technology. It's hard to put the two together, but the exoteric and the esoteric converge at a certain point. And your film will help understand the new science of consciousness.
And I think they knew you were there filming. That's the important thing.
Oh my God, you should see, like, I couldn't talk about this because the scientists on the team were very mainstream. Like, there was no way to mention anything of contact or whatever. So I was in my hotel room, like, before the show, I'm like, okay, guys, because I funded the whole production. And as you saw, it was a very big production. I mean, we filmed on red cameras, multiple cameras all at once, multiple locations. It was a big deal. And so, during these 5 days, I was like, come on, guys, don't let me down. So, but we still didn't know. I mean, we didn't know what time, because we had to do shifts. I couldn't work my crew 24/7. The cameras were working 24/7, but not us. So sometimes we would capture things when we weren't looking, or, and then we would look at the data afterwards and go, wait a minute, it was then. And then, so it was quite a bit of, moving all the parts together to really figuring it out. But I think any scientist will tell you that the most important thing in science is to also show correlations. I mean, that's how you understand the phenomenon. When you have an object that is captured from multiple devices that are based on different technologies at the same time, so there's a time correlation going on. So optically, you have an object that's captured from a regular CCD camera and a thermal camera and a normal a FLIR camera, which is a much wider range, and a night vision, which is the short infrared. So you have that optically at the same time correlating with a huge burst of gamma ray exactly at that time. So this is where it starts to get scientific and interesting. What are the odds that you would have all of these data correlating exactly at that time with a physical object appearing in the sky? You see, so
yeah, you did a great job of that, because I know forward-looking infrared, the FLIR, is very common. People can see, people have tried the night vision goggles, they can see things. So you put it all together. And I know it's that tens of thousands of dollars worth of equipment you had going for 5 days, and you got it all. Thank you so much. It's going to be a great film.
Thank you.
I just want to say one thing, Scott, is what Caroline's doing, along with the release that Desiree mentioned of the Pentagon, of 1,500 pages talking about the contact experience and how it affects us neurologically, for better or worse, and the Webb telescope that's looking at the TRAPPIST constellation system where there's Earth-like planets. We are at the threshold of not just disclosure, but a whole new world we're stepping into. And that's what's so exciting about this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's definitely a first. I mean, this is a turning point, I believe, in the public, the general public, starting to have more understanding and credibility to the subject. I mean, that's the idea.
Caroline, are you going to be able to stick around for our roundtable conversation that'll take place in about 45 minutes?
I can come back. I wasn't planning on to.
Yeah, get dinner or whatever. Yeah, come on back in about 45
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah.
Because a lot of questions are coming in and I'm tracking the questions. But
Okay.
there's one immediate question for JJ. And Paul is wanting to know, how is it that you look the same now as you did 40 years ago when that photo was taken?
I meditate a lot, and I'm also a musician, composer, so it's the vibrations you put into your body. If you think of your body as a musical instrument, playing to the universe helps you. The vibrations of life are restored. And technically speaking, you take off years of your life. So thank you for that compliment.
You're connected, JJ, to some higher level of awareness as well. So don't forget that.
Well, I want to add something. I think the fact he's married to Desiree has much more to do with it.
I think that's a very good point. A very good point. Well taken. Absolutely. Hey, I want to let people know how they can get more of Caroline, because she's really done such a great job. So first off, this is her main website. It is Omnium Universe. So that's OMNIUM, OmniumUniverse.com. And this is where you can learn more about what she's doing, including classes. And I remember when I had you on my Sacred Sunday show, Caroline, I was blown away with how many classes you have online that people can go in, watch in their own order. So tell us just a little bit about how people who are intrigued by your work and who want to develop their own superhuman abilities, how do they get involved and take your classes?
And yeah, that's how we put them in the correct order here for the new folks. You know, as I was saying, Scott, I started in the field of consciousness 20 years ago. Since I was a child, I would have experiences. And so throughout the years, I developed several methodologies, from energy healing to remote viewing to downloading information, things like, and of course meditation. So these are very specific techniques, and so we put the classes in the best order possible that I can think of, starting with understanding how to discern and receive proper information or guidance from beyond, your larger consciousness. So you can start with that, and then there's a whole methodology for healing and other things. And then, of course, there's the things that you saw in the movie Superhuman, where we teach telekinesis, remote viewing, seeing with the blindfolds on. All of that are all on that website. So that's more my consciousness work. And then the other websites are, so they're in that order.
And just a question, can people get now your Superhuman movie through your website?
They have to go to that's Omnium Media. This is all my films. Okay. But they can go to superhumanfilm.com. Okay. And if you go to that one, Superhuman Film, you will see that link where it's showing right now. It's free on Tubi TV, Pluto TV. It's still on Amazon. Yeah. See, it says stream, rent, buy. This is superhumanfilm.com. It's like seeing with the blindfolds on. And also the classes, if you want to learn telekinesis and remote viewing and all of that, is in here on this website. It's just also the experiments that we did in that film were pretty incredible as well.
Yeah, I will never forget those kids playing ping pong blindfolded. That was like amazing. Right. Absolutely amazing.
And then eterinthesky.com, that's the new one coming up. If you can pull it up, then people can see. eterinthesky.com. You'll see, it says, right now it says coming May 3rd. Eventually you'll see rent, buy, or stream for free. You'll see it all on there. And then you have the trailer, you have the cast on there, and then, you'll be able to get a DVD if that's what you want. So it's all on this website. You can also get update. You see where it says get updates on top. This is all the cast. So you could put your email. That way, when we do have an announcement like, hey, we're doing this. I also won several film festival awards so far. And a couple of the festivals are going to be screening my movie. So if you're in the area, it would be great. You can see it live. Sometimes they do Q&As. And I invite some of the cast members. So, it's a good place to kind of check in. Whoops.
Oh. I was signing up for your movie there, so I was
Okay.
signing up to be on your email list.
And Scott, Carolyn's going to be part of this special series of Making Contact that I'm developing with Deborah Giusti. So I'll tell people more about that. Caroline, this is a eye-opener, mind-opener. This is a totally why I wanted to do this series about science and quantum consciousness, because your work and your life has sort of been that bridge. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And
Let me make another
minutes.
comment before you depart from Carolyn.
Yes.
What she is doing is very commendable, because remember, she is correlating many different things and they match, they go together.
Yes.
Remember what I said an hour ago when we had the dream telepathy experiments that correlated with low geomagnetic fields. We also did a study with remote viewing that correlated with the luminosity of the target. So the more things that you can put together that correlate, that match, the stronger your evidence is.
Yes. And the more we understand the phenomenon.
Exactly. And that helps us understand. You're right.
Exactly. It's not one perspective, it's multiple perspective at the same time, all measurable.
So I'm imagining that her last name was originally correlated. She was Caroline Correlated. She reduced it down to Caroline Cory, just to make it a little bit easier for people.
I just want to read one comment, Scott, that says, Caroline, you are superhuman. I'm glad we're sharing the universe together at this time.
Yes.
Love and hugs, Wanda.
Wanda. We love Wanda. Thank you, Wanda. All right. We are going to get more of Caroline, maybe Stanley. We've got Grace out, but we have music, and I love this woman, and she's got a friend who's going to support her. Johanna, thank you so much. What do you think so far? Are you enjoying the show?
Always, yeah. You've got such interesting friends with so many amazing, eloquent things to say about how to co-create with the universe and our subtle bodies more eloquently, more gracefully, navigating through the life on a higher frequency. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. And I wanted Johanna to be with us. Obviously she's a wonderful musical artist, but her whole life is about raising consciousness. And so just as really all of our shows are about an awakening world, and this weekend is all about consciousness, I really want to acknowledge how you bring raising consciousness into all the music you play, whether it's kirtan or whether it's a song. You always help raise the vibration. So thank you for that.
Oh, thank you so much, Scott. That's my dharma, or my life's work, my calling in this form, this time. And it also is for my friend Chad here. This is Chad Ross on percussion.
Hi, Chad.
He's traveled the country with me with this for off and on for a few years now. So pre-pandemic, we've been spreading the love across the land, and it's nice to be here in the electronic ethers with you always. So I'm going to sing a chant for peace. This is Om Shanti, Shanti Shantihi in Sanskrit, the sacred language of yoga. So it's about having peace within, without. Through this chanting practice, we can heal our bodies. We can heal these vessels from the inside out through this vibrational language. So if you'd like to share in this chanting, you're welcome to. It's very simple, and we hit these meridians as we do so that kind of rewire us and help us heal. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Peace, peace, peace. That's Benji Wertheimer on the Esraj. Om Shanti Shanti. Om Shanti Shanti. Om. Peace. 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 Om. Satgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityonma Amritam Gamaya Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Om Shanti. Shanti. Om. 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 Shanti. Shanti. Om. Asadoma Satgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityonma Amritam Gamaya. From darkness lead us into light, from death to immortality, from the unreal to the real. Peace, peace, peace. Om Shanti. Peace. Om. Shanti. Shanti. Peace in our hearts, peace in our souls, peace, may the whole world know. Peace, peace in our hearts, peace in our souls, may the whole world know.
So beautiful.
May there be peace in our hearts and peace in the world. Namaste.
Don't go away. I want to bring up a couple things. We're going to talk about what's happening in September in a moment, but I also want to direct people to your website. Johanna provides so many wonderful offerings. And as you can hear from her music and her heart, there's just so much love, so much peace, so much. And it's interesting, are you still doing lullaby yoga?
Yeah, I still have the Lullaby Yoga program on my website. You can join me for 5 days in coming home to you through sound and gentle movement that can be done anywhere. I've done it in hotel rooms, in my living room, on my bed. It's a really lovely practice to reset your nervous system and rebalance you to find your way through trauma or just everyday stress and find your center. So lullaby, it's johannasings.com/5 days. You can sign up for that program. That's johannasings.com/5 days. And you can, actually that's discounted right now. So you can sign up for, I think it's a 43% discount or something like that. And I'll come to you in your home.
I really want to encourage everyone to go to your website, Johanna Sings. And I always have to talk about your Mantra Sangha video. It's so beautiful, and it's a benefit for children in Nepal. But it's remarkable what she did. She gathered together some of our absolute favorite musical artists all over the world and had them record and put it all together. It's a remarkable feat of what you accomplished. So everybody definitely watch that video. It's so beautiful. So
thank you.
Now we finally, it looks like the pandemic, just keep a prayer, is like winding down. The masks are going into the closet, into the cabinets, and we're actually beginning to get together and meet each other. And I'm excited about some of the upcoming festivals and retreats. For people like Johanna and Cornflower, it's been so hard because their main gigs were canceled. Clubs, concerts, restaurants, festivals not happening. But you are putting together something very special. I've already put the dates in my calendar because I plan on being there because all my favorite people are there. Johanna Beekman, Donna DeLore, Larissa Stowe, Josh Jaffe. These are like some of my favorite people who are all regulars on our show. So tell us a little bit about what you're putting together.
Yeah, so before the pandemic, I'd been traveling in my RV with my dog and touring from festival to festival, from interfaith church service to interfaith church service, and sharing my workshops, my lullaby yoga, which is restorative yoga with sound healing and chanting like I was speaking of earlier, and kirtan, which is the sacred chanting of India. It's in Sanskrit traditionally, and it's call and response, and it's a way of resetting your nervous system, as I was talking about earlier, through ecstatic singing. So it's 3 days of ecstatic dance, singing, yoga with LA's top yoga teachers and world-renowned kirtan singers, and bhakti yoga devotees. So bhakti yoga is the yoga of the heart, the yoga of devotion. And so it's a time to gather in that devotion. And some of these people on this roster, I just have to say, have inspired my own musical journey and my own musical offering so much that I'm really, really honored to be bringing these people together. And I do have discounted tickets, so you can just write me a message at johanna@johannasings.com or hit me up on social media, Johanna Sings, Johanna Beekman, and I will hook you up with some awesome opportunities to come for a lower price. And there's glamping, and it's this sacred land that's only 5 hours from you, Scott, up in the Bay Area, and 2.5 hours from Los Angeles, with free public hot springs just 30 minutes away.
Wow.
So it's
I
really
will be
a
there,
sacred
and I
land.
will finally meet you in person.
Woohoo! I can't believe that hasn't happened. We've been working together for 2 years.
Isn't that something?
It's amazing.
Isn't that crazy? I know.
Yeah, that will be incredible. So I look forward to maybe bringing some of the artists on and
Totally. Well,
bringing the
already you've got
message.
Louisa Stowe and Donna DeLore and Josh.
Yeah, anyone you haven't, I will hook you up with. I would love to bring them and just kind of, get some new energy with you. There's some amazing artists that you might not even know about yet.
I don't know half those names, so
Okay, well, you are in
introduce
for
you
a
to some of my new
treat.
people and vice versa.
Yeah, so it's a reunion. It's only 1,000 people under the stars maximum, 500 maybe, is the intention so that we can really be safe. Because as you were saying, prayers, we've been through so much and we've planned so many things that did not come to fruition. This is coming to fruition. It is safe. It's going to be totally open air and beautiful. So please join us. Thank you so much.
People are already saying things like, this sounds fabulous. I'm going to be there. Sounds like a dream time. Can't wait. So.
Saul David Ray. Yay. Yeah, I sang on his album some years ago. Love him. Yeah. So he's actually an incredible yoga teacher. So
I know who he is. Right.
You're going to be astounded. We're going to be having some more artists coming on too. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you,
And
Chad.
Chad.
Thank you, Johanna. Thank you both.
Were we going to do a prayer, Scott, or some kind of tribute?
Yes.
Great.
Yep. We're going to go there next. So, and Johanna is going to be back with a song in a few moments. I apologize. At the end of the show, in about an hour or so. So we'll see you back in a moment then. So, we have established prayer time on a regular basis on the Awakening World. And so JJ and Desiree are going to lead a prayer for us. So we're grateful for that. And if anybody, as we're creating together, whether you're watching on Facebook or YouTube or here in the Zoom room, or even those who are watching the recording, we all are creating a field of love, a field of energy, and people are welcome and invited to put names of anyone you want to pray for, or our planet, or Ukraine, whatever is alive in your heart. You can put that in the chat box. Even if you're watching the recording, we'll go back and watch it. And JJ and Desiree, I'm so honored to have you with us to lead today's prayer.
Thank you. And in the context of that beautiful Sanskrit music, let us see a beautiful chalice vibrating with sounds of understanding. And that chalice connects with our consciousness that takes on the shape of a dove, encircling that area we know as Ukraine and Russia, Poland. And as the dove flies over these critical areas, the church bells begin to ring in unity, forgiveness, and compassion. The dove flies over Saint Sophia in Kiev, and then moves to the Cathedral of St. John's in Warsaw, then moves on to the Cathedral of St. Isaac's in St. Petersburg, and then to St. Basil's in Moscow, and over to the Trinity Cathedral in Georgia, and finally to the People's Salvation Church, which is interdenominational in Romania. All of these places come alive with our vibrations of music.
And let us vibrate in peace and send our love, knowing that in the quantum consciousness field, we are interconnected. We are there, sending love with rays of energy coming from our mouths and coming from our hands, and also anywhere on the planet, because that's what quantum consciousness means. It means we don't have to travel, whether physical or even going and coming in our consciousness mind. We are present in the universe everywhere, and our purpose is to be the light, to send the love, to send the energies of help and healing that are necessary, whether it be to our own family, or whether it be to our own community, or somewhere else around the world. Let us be instruments of light, compassion, and divine love.
And let the dove, the symbol of international peace and communication, though continue to fly over China and Tibet, over the Koreas, over Japan, over Latin America, and of course, all over Africa and Europe. Let the sound and the symbol of peace in our time be upon us as we use the mantra from the Japanese Prayer Society, may peace prevail on earth and in the heavens. Let us say it together 4 times, ringing the bells in the east and the west, the north and the south. May peace prevail on earth and in the heavens. May peace prevail on earth and in the heavens. May peace prevail on earth and in the heavens. May peace prevail on earth and in the heavens. And with the sounds from our heart, let the skies open and let us graduate as a family into the cosmic family, from Earth's humanity to space kind, from heaven above to earth below. May the kingdom of glory and peace come in the gathering of the tribes to the tribe of peace. We have found ourselves on the front lines as being the peacemakers.
And let us feel that in our hearts and align our hearts with the cosmic reality of the higher forces of light, always bringing forth that energy as we say 4 times, Amen, 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 and Amen.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was beautiful, beautiful. And JJ and Desiree are going to be back. They have more to share with us tonight. So thank you very much. I want to take a moment to invite all of you, to invite all of your friends to next weekend, because we have now been doing, it was over 2 years ago that Deborah Giusti and I started doing Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe, and we have put together an amazing anniversary show weekend, all next weekend. And here just came in this afternoon is a short video to tell you a little bit about it.
By April of 2020, the majority of the world had become a completely different place. What are your primary memories of that spring? Lockdowns, masks, isolation, scary news reports? Well, I've got another memory for you. In the midst of a massive global change, Saturday Night Alive brought us hope, inspiration, and connection to our great global community. Hello, I'm Elizabeth April, and I want to invite you to a very special weekend on the Awakening World. On Saturday, April 16th, the 2nd anniversary of Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe, let's celebrate you and all that we have learned together during this alchemical time. During this anniversary weekend, many of your favorite luminaries and musical artists will be joining us. Some of our guest luminaries include Marianne Williamson, Matt Kahn, Neil Donald Walsh, Reverend Michael Beckwith, Caroline Neese, Gary Zukov, the Twin Ray, Andrew Harvey, and myself, Elizabeth April. As always, there will also be wonderful music, including Jai Utah, Kristen Hoffman, Larissa Stowe, Cornflower, Nina Gray, and others. Our higher selves know that we are inherently interconnected and that what affects one part of the globe has the potential to affect the entire planet. Saturday Night Alive led to a global peace tribe coming together for 111 weeks in a row and are still going strong. We are truly one family, one planet, and one global peace tribe, helping to usher in a new, beautiful future together. Join us for more enlightening media during these exceptional times to keep you encouraged, connected, inspired, and uplifted.
It's going to be an amazing weekend. And I got to say, every weekend now, what we do, I'm so proud. We really are bringing, as you can see tonight, remarkable musical artists, inspirational speakers, wisdom every weekend. And I know that now that the pandemic's winding down, Friday, Saturday night, people want to go out. But remember, all of these are recorded. So it's really important. Go to globalpeacetribe.com. And if you haven't already registered, do that now. It's really, really easy. Just go and register for all of our shows. And one simple registration, you just click register now, and it'll open you right up. And you just give us a little bit of information. Tell us what you want to see in the future. Pop in, and you can donate at any number of levels that you want to. And this helps us to keep this going. We pay our musical artists, and we do a lot to really bring all these shows together for you. And we want to continue. And for those of you who have already registered, and that's everybody in the Zoom room right now, thank you. Thank you, beloved Zoom roomers. And you know what? Tell your friends about next weekend. For people that haven't discovered The Awakening World or never watched Saturday Night Live, invite them to next weekend where they're going to see so many amazing artists, presenters, and really be part of the celebration. So thank you, everybody, for being a big part of who we are and what we do. We are going to carry on and continue. I've already got amazing shows planned for the spring. And thank you for being a wonderful part of this.
Scott, I don't know how you've done this for 2 years because it's taken so many phone calls just to do this one show back and forth. And you've kept over 112 weeks now. You've done this every single day, and you do at least 3 or 4 shows a week. It's phenomenal.
Thank you, Alan.
Must be your mission here on planet.
Well, when the pandemic hit, and as a coach, I had so many of my clients, some of whom I hadn't heard from in years, all calling me saying, we need help. And the combination of climate change and the pandemic and people being forced into spending more time at home and being shut down, it all just kind of added up. And so I thought the pandemic, most of us thought it was going to last like 2 months, right? So I committed to doing these shows to keep people connected. Well, obviously the pandemic has lasted a lot longer. And the Global Peace Tribe was, kind of evolved. And here we all are still meeting each other. And look at tonight, for the first time, Cornflower and Johanna are connecting, and Stanley Cribner is getting a chance to meet us, and we're, meeting Stanley, and, people are discovering each other. So, it just became a service. And every week I get so many letters from people saying, thank you. This is my lifeline. This is what's keeping me connected. So it was an evolution. 2.5 years ago, I had no idea I'd be doing this, but this is what needs to be done. And thank you
collaborating
for all you do with, you've been doing, new realities for what, 12 years?
No, 25 years. Wow. And your collaboration with Deborah Giusti has just been beautiful too, because of all the people she knows. So, yeah.
Deborah will be co-hosting next Saturday night. Trish will co-host, as she always does, on Friday night with me. Deborah will co-host on Saturday night, so she'll be back here. And then Kristen Hoffman and Cornflower will be co-hosting with me on the Sacred Sunday show next weekend.
Great. There's that prayer that Paul Selig does. He says, I know who I am, I know what I am, I know how I serve. And we are incarnating to serve, and this is how it's happening now. So.
And speaking of service, I'm going to disappear myself and let you introduce and bring back JJ and Desiree.
Right. Thanks, Scott. Well, JJ and Desiree are at service to humanity. When JJ had his transcendent experience in 1973, a doorway, you could call it a tear in the sky, opened, and he was transported with his body, mind, and spirit to these realms, and he came back with a with a multi-dimensional toolbox for our ascension and transformation. And Desiree's been holding it all together since then. And their team of traveling around the world and teaching classes and being not only scholars in ancient knowledge, but linguists, anthropologists, and scientists. They've created a cosmology that connects a lot of dots for me. I'm around them sometimes, and they are always working to spread the message of higher possibilities. So it's my honor and pleasure really to be inspired by these people as they do service, as they're at service for the world. So Dr. James Hurtak and Dr. Desiree Hurtak, tell us your connections to consciousness and science and where we're going as we evolve into a greater race of human beings. And the rest of the third chapter in my book.
Thank you, Alan. It's a great pleasure to be with all of our dear ones on this program. If I could put our work into three words, it's swimming in hyperspace. I have the opportunity to use ancient mantras, and briefly I went into a morphogenic field of actually physically biolocating into another dimension. I was examined by government scientists. I had the pleasure of meeting some of the astronauts and working behind the scenes with archaeologists, Egyptologists, specialists in the Far East to put together what I believe is a very important roadmap called future science, or science guided by consciousness. The missing factor in all of the sciences is consciousness, which really explains where the quantum leaps and jumps that are possible.
So just to say a little bit about consciousness, I know that's the theme, and I'm hoping Stan Cribner can come in also later on as well to talk a little bit more. But the idea is no longer that it's inside our brain, like my consciousness is just here. My consciousness is part of a larger consciousness field, and that consciousness field is not just a global field, but a universal field. And I think that's why, and people are starting to tap into levels of energy that are even beyond the Earth reality. So technically we can go into information that's past, and we've done this before, especially in some of our archaeological work. We found things that hadn't been known before. Present, many people have these experiences now, synchronicities and other realities like remote viewing to the other side of the planet.
Even to Mars and beyond.
But also future. And people are starting to, this is the work of Russell Targ. Dr. Hurtak did a great book with Russell.
And Ingo Swann has illustrated on the cover what we're talking about in terms of expanded consciousness, where your mind begins to realize there's a whirling galaxy within the mind. And we are local, but we're non-local. We're here in physical space and time, but through what we will call the paraphysical dimensional door that is open, we can momentarily experience other dimensions and bring back knowledge and science from those other dimensions to help bootstrap or raise consciousness here and overcome the conflict between the scientific and the spiritual, which are both, shall we say, part of the evolutionary process of balance.
Right. So we can also understand the future. And that's where Russell had done some of his more recent experiments. One of the things he did was he was looking at silver futures. And this is an economic market mechanism. And he had people that he would call and say, well, is the price of silver going to go up or going to go down in 2 or 3 days? And believe me, he made like $100,000 some years ago when that was a lot of money, but from doing that. And the University of Colorado at Boulder also took non-remote viewers. They took like amateur people that didn't do this. They had 10 people and they would try to predict things. And if they took the summary of how many people, like, 6 of the people said this and only 4 said that, it was 100% correct from the majority of the people over several weeks study. So we can also predict the future. And I think that's so important. So consciousness can not only take us past, present, but also future. And the concept of, does free will come into this? Well, free will, I believe, is very, very important. And I do believe it exists, but there are certain mechanisms that lead us a certain way. And so, as Russell will tell you, that predicting something a week or two out, or even 9 months out, is much more accurate than trying to predict something, we'll say 3 years out, because more other currents of consciousness come into that. So in addition to that, there is also the ability through remote viewing. And I know, Alan, you teach remote viewing and very successfully. You're one of the greatest remote viewers. Even Russell Targ says that. Of course, there's others as well, but you're fabulous. But in addition to that, there's the concept that we can change our consciousness and remote view other realities, other frequencies, not only just going into other dimensions, but beings that are operating in other vibratory frequencies, but also other dimensional realities. And we think the universe is totally alive in all of this. And we're going to talk towards the end of our discussion tonight that we're doing right now about these other levels of intelligence, because they're also key and critical to what's happening on the planet.
As you can see by the picture behind us from the famous Canadian artist Derek Boland, we see a picture of future civilization in space. We're building a scientific civilization in outer space where we will live in biospheres but have the ability to move between the planets and even the solar systems. And yet that is inherent within the consciousness design of what we will call the makeup of body, mind, and spirit. We had the opportunity also to work with the late Dr. Elizabeth Rauscher, nuclear scientist, in putting together this textbook called Mind Dynamics in Space and Time. This is really the real X-Files, going into more than 200 studies behind the scenes of how serious scientists, those who had impeccable credentials, were able to leave behind the old skepticism and realize that there was a whole new frontier if one in humility can shift the heartbeat and the mind together in the realization that we are involved with consciousness at all times, but it's the way we harmonize and balance this consciousness. We have found this also in our work with the indigenous tribes in Africa and South America through the use of music or mantras. There is a recipe to balance the imbalances, the injustices, the superlogic of Western science that tends to put to the side those things that are part of the inner soul or the mothering aspect of life.
And that's why I think it's so important that we do prayers for peace, because our consciousness really can have an influence. I think that's important, especially right now where people are feeling overwhelmed, like there's nothing they can do about things going on halfway around the world. But that's not true. Putting energy into the field of peace and love and joy really does transform. And I just want to show up an experiment. I'm not sure how many people can see this from our book with Elizabeth. We were in Egypt and we did not tell her where we were going. We just said we're going, going to be in Egypt. Write down what you see every morning when you woke up. And basically, she actually totally tuned into us. We were at a university. You can see the lamppost. You can see the number of people there.
And actually the embellishments of the lamppost that were very unique and different, as well as the color on the doors of the speaking auditorium at the unnamed university. So she was thousands of kilometers away, yet she was able to pick up impeccably information that balances.
And one of the things, and I'll wrap this up in terms of quantum understanding of consciousness, is the fact that she and Russell Targ did an experiment, and there's no time delay. It's not like you are going there to go see something, then you're sending your consciousness back that it saw to you. It's instantaneous, and that is like amazing. But the whole idea is that your mind is part of this interconnected, entangled reality. And this is the research of even quantum physicists, where they've taken like a photon or even an electron, and they've reversed the electron, and a sister electron that they had broken away from, and that exists like miles and miles away, will react to the movement of that other electron. This is something that is clearly known in science, and that's exactly what our brain is connected with. We're connected with a larger consciousness field. We're entangled with it. It's a non-local field. We can be anywhere, and this empowers all of us, or should empower all of us, to know we are more than the physical reality we used to think we are.
So in higher states of consciousness, we went into certain archaeological areas, such as the Great Pyramid here in Egypt. You can look carefully and see Desiree, and then above her head and around these spherical objects. Some will call apports, others will call orbs, but these are different. There are circles within circles, geometric forms that have actual,
almost mandalas,
print type configurations. And we have studied this very thoroughly. We've done this in China, in India, in Egypt, and of course, South America. And invariably, this is an area also connected with the orb-like appearances of vehicles, such as we see over Campeche, Mexico, which were not byproducts of oil wells, as the CI said years ago. No, these were actually events filmed by military pilots using FLIR, as well as very sophisticated cameras.
Exactly. So this is the exact one of the many technologies that Carol and Cory used, forward-looking infrared, and it gave them complete decisive information. It actually was 13 vehicles caught on one piece of film, but ultimately, from what the pilots told us, there was actually hundreds of vehicles in the area. They've only released a very small portion of the film, and people didn't even necessarily see this, but it was recorded on cameras.
What we're saying is there's a communication code built into us. The way we think and the way we use our consciousness through levels of creativity, consciousness, spirituality / artistic experiences can open the door to understanding how we're but one small part of a vast university process. We are taking our baby steps now in opening that door through government disclosure to contact with other worlds that share with us the same vibratory vocabulary, generally in music, art forms, in certain forms of scientific awareness. And this has led us to a new book yet to be released called Intergalactic Space Law, of how indigenous elders and scientists working together have been able to see the handshake that's now taking place. It's not surprising, as Alan points out in his new book, Making Contact, that you first of all have to make contact with yourself, your higher consciousness, if you're going to make sensible contact with those from other realms of the universe.
Well, I'm not sure if Stanley Cribner is going to be continuing to talk a little bit, or we're going to go right to Paul Hyneck, but both of them understand how important consciousness is, not only with communicating with ourselves and each other on this planet, but extraterrestrial contact. And that is something that came out in this 1,500-page report from the Pentagon, recently released this past week, more or less. And what it talks about is how there's this interconnectedness between alien contact, according to this book, which is, of course, Alan's book that we wrote chapter 3 on, that even if you just see an extraterrestrial, you are then entangled with their consciousness. They are constantly there. We write about this episode in that I had experienced with an associate. She had had extraterrestrial contact, and she was sitting in the kitchen with a friend of mine who's a lawyer, and he's really good. He's a litigation attorney. He'll get to the very bottom of things. And he was pushing her to say more. And she was told what to say and what she couldn't say after her contact with aliens. And he pushed her so far that a shelf literally fell in the kitchen that had been there for years. And it didn't just fall down, it actually flew up and down. And she said, I can't say anymore. There is an interconnectedness, and this is what the governments are afraid of. They don't really understand how this works. How are we so connected in the universe around us? This can take not only extraterrestrial realities, but what we would say extracelestial and ultra-terrestrial or angelic powers. They're also in tuned with us. This is all part of the quantum consciousness field that we're a part of.
Many of the great philosophers, teachers throughout history have, if you listen to them very carefully, even the prayer of ancient Israel, Shema, hear, O God, or the prayer of Christ, there is a sense of opening the body to be, shall we say, enwrapped with light or going through this transitional experience. Some will call it ascension. Others will call it the mystical contact experience of realizing that we are part of a much greater evolutionary process. And it's the sense of humility that will bring old scientists and new thinkers and futurists together, recognizing we are multidimensional beings. We are non-local beings here, as well as participating through consciousness in the greater universe. We're also spiritual beings in the sense that we have the endowments of love for all humanity, and it's through this greater love that the gates of space and time, or Alpha and Omega, open to us to join what the ancients called the house of many mansions. We would call it the multiverse.
So it's important to realize the consciousness field is not just a global consciousness field, but it's a cosmic or universal consciousness field that we're a part of. Thank you, Alan and Scott, for giving us this time. And we'll be around for more comments later, perhaps.
Yeah, thank you. And I do want to direct people to your website. There we go. The Keys of Enoch. And I'm just curious, people pop it in the chat box. How many of you read The Keys of Enoch 10, 20, 30 years ago or more? And it was a life-changing book. You know, it's right up there, I think, with the Autobiography of a Yogi. It's really one of the masterpieces, one of the classic books that changed our awakening, changed our world. I'd say, also for me, Seth Speaks was one of those. And so, thank you so much, first of all, for your lifetime, both of you, a lifetime of research and wisdom.
I want to thank all of you. I would simply say for newcomers, the Keys of Enoch represent keys of consciousness. So it's a language, a meta language, a language of a language that you have to read between the lines and put to music. When you do that, your body as a tabernacle of sound or musical joy comes alive.
And of course, Dr. Hurtak is coming out with additional 10 keys. There were 64 keys in all, and 54 in that book. And we also do our Easter celebration, which is going to be on key 407, which is 7 of the last 10 keys.
Now, that went fast for me. So slow down and say it again. Can we find on the website, I'm going to go back to the website, Desiree.
Right. If you catalog for one, you'll see the additional books that we've come out with, actually. And then also we advertise our Easter seminar coming up. It's quite spiritual and quite intensive. So just in case anyone's interested, here you go. There's the keys, but keep going down. We have tons of books, as I think someone mentioned. So here's the intro, but we've also done Over Self-Awakening, many other books that I've written with Dr. Hurtak, like this one, which is 72 Stages of Consciousness Awakening. And now we're starting the additional 10 keys.
Wow.
And it's translated into 20 languages, Scott.
Everything is in our major languages all the time. But anyway, thank you so much for having us on your program, and love to be
This is the time of the gathering of the tribes.
Yes,
and the
it is.
tribe, which all of us represent, must be the avant-garde. We must be able to see the new spirituality and the new science converging through the human heart, the aspect of the new mind, and also the aspect of the universal spirit that unites us with other realms of intelligence. We are spiritual beings in human form, rediscovering ourselves.
So even though the first keys was written in 1973 after this tremendous experience, he only put 54 keys, and now these last 10 years, he's up to key 407, is an addition that's evolving the consciousness that have read that first part into a higher level. Key 407 is Thou Shalt Be the Witness, which taps right into quantum observer, quantum mechanics, being the witness, the observer of reality. JJ, unmute.
That's the only book that said 2004 would be the time of major disclosure.
And of course, that's when the Tic Tacs and everything came out. With that was the data time for the disclosure that came out starting 2017.
Many scientific references, which is why we're working with top scientists behind the scenes, including former 3 astronauts who were sharing with us privately what they experienced in outer space. So we were part of the inner dialogue going on behind the scenes that goes with what we will call the next major step in recognizing we are part of a galactic community.
You know, along those lines, I just want to let you all know that tonight we're going to have John Martin come on, and he's going to play some music and show an amazing video of what he captures just from his own neighborhood. And I'm going to share a couple of stories, and we're all going to share a little bit more about what we've learned and what's going on. Alan, of course, with writing the Making Contact book. So stick around. We've got a lot. But Alan, I think you're ready to introduce Paul Hyneck, yeah?
Yes, I am. And Paul Hyneck fits right into this discussion. He grew up with UFOs. Of course, like you said, Scott, his father was J. Allen Hyneck. And if you don't know that name, I'm sure you know the movie that was made after the categorization that Allen Hyneck, J. Allen Hyneck, put together after being hired by the government to sort of debunk the UFO stuff. And suddenly there was this turnaround, and he said, sort of, I can't put words into his mouth, maybe Paul, there's something really going on here, basically. And he said there's close encounters of the first, second, and third kind, which that close encounters of the third kind is now part of our everyday vocabulary. And Paul was right there. I think he was 10 years old on the set of Close Encounters. But besides that, Paul has a Wharton Master's of Business. He's a professor at Pepperdine University. And he grew up with this passion for going, dragging mainstream science out of its comfort zone and pushing the edges like his father did. His father was, J. Allen Hynek, was one of the first, probably the first, to talk about this relationship between UFOs, consciousness, and science. So, Paul, thanks so much for being here. And is that true? Your father was looking at this stuff, he didn't believe it, and then boom, it's like, well, maybe there's something going on here?
Yes, and let me just say it's a hard but fun challenge to come after JJ and Desiree. And I have to say, JJ and my father are both Czech kids from Chicago whose names start with H and end with K, who have become pioneers in the UFO field. That seems a little bit too much to be a coincidence to me. My father was a skeptic, as was pretty much the whole world. When, they weren't UAPs, they weren't even UFOs, they were flying saucers back then. And you had little green men with ray guns. And, I have to think that when my father was asked by the Air Force to get involved, he thought it would be all of a couple weekends worth of work, not something that he would have fireside conversations with my mom about risking tenure. And certainly something he did not expect his pesky fourth-born kid, me, to be talking about these many years later. But, even then, the first book he wrote was called The UFO Experience. It wasn't the UFO sighting, because he and many others, and I don't have to tell you folks, realized that a sighting of a craft, although wondrous, is often not the most important aspect of an overall experience. He had the insight that he wasn't studying UFOs. He didn't have many specimens to put in a petri dish or even a hangar, but he was studying UFO reports. And he was trained as an astrophysicist. So now he had to actually go out and talk to people right about the most traumatic time of their life. So it was a big change for him to sort of equip himself with the skills, these kind of soft science skills that the Hurtaks are specialists in. He didn't have that kind of training, but he did that, and he didn't become a believer. I think he would say he was an acceptor of the accumulated weight of the data. And he and Jacques Vallée and many others were very convinced that although there may well be an extraterrestrial component to the phenomena, it didn't seem to explain the totality, that there are other elements. And Jacques has that famous quote about, when all is said and done, it's only extraterrestrial, he'll be disappointed, because there's so much more. There's such a richer layers of the phenomena. And I think you've got a short video that was taken of my father talking about some of his ideas that will be familiar to you all about the provenance of what we call UFOs.
Are you ready for me to show that?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Would like you to just comment on your worldview or your view of the interpretation of the UFO phenomenon, which was prevalent in the old days, that it was an extraterrestrial investigation of Mother Earth from outside this planet, directed and elusive, but still sort of a purposeful investigation. The ET hypothesis, you may call it. Would you make some comments on where we stand today relative to that relative?
Yeah, I'd like to start from the history of science standpoint, that any culture will tend to interpret any new phenomenon in terms of its own technology. Had this all occurred in Middle Ages, it would have been given a totally different interpretation of religious interpretation.
Which it was.
Which it was at that time. We've entered the space age, therefore it is very logical for a new phenomenon of this sort to be interpreted in terms of our own advanced technology. It's also complicated by the fact that astronomy has arrived at the point, we know enough now about the evolution of stars to make it extremely likely that there are many other intelligences in the universe. But there, I think we have to follow Arthur C. Clarke in pointing out that we take perhaps a much too narrow view of what intelligence in the universe may be. We live on a water planet. It's very logical, therefore, that our bodies are mostly water. It could be that our consciousness expresses itself through protoplasm and through our particular chemistry. There are bits of information today indicating that, for instance, George Wald at Harvard feels that consciousness is the most important factor, and that consciousness can exist in many forms. And we are one of those forms. So, as somebody said, the whole question of this trying to communicate with life elsewhere is like the not yet born talking to the long since dead, because it takes so long for anything to get. Furthermore, an advanced civilization might regard radio as we regard jungle drums or smoke signals. They may long since have passed the radio stage of communication. But still, I think it's important that the SETI program continue, because it's an adventure and it should be done. And it would be philosophically important to find out that there is some intelligence elsewhere. So, all that my own philosophical feeling about the UFO phenomenon is that when all is said and done, it represents some form of intelligence. But whether that intelligence is from great distances away, or whether it is perhaps much closer to us in a parallel reality or in another dimension, or whether it is in some strange way a product of our own intelligence, our own psyche, I don't know. This is the research problem. That it seems to be programmed, that it seems to have an intelligence of its own, I think is unmistakable. If anyone who studies the subject just sees that. But we must not jump to the conclusion that because it has an intelligence of its own, it is necessarily visitors from outer space. It may be in some strange way connected with that intelligence, if that intelligence can in some way project itself down here. But, well, anyway, that's really all I have to say. That's it.
Good, thank you.
Not so bad.
Har dere noen
Great.
spørsmål til det der?
You can cut it, Scott. Thanks.
I love that. Isn't it interesting? I mean, so much of what he said was interesting. But how he's talking about, they may say our radio is being primitive. Well, now we do look at radio as being pretty primitive. So it's remarkable how fast we've come. I'm going to bring Alan and JJ Desiree back on, and I'm going to bring on Stanley Cribner is still with us. Yes.
Right. I have to say, we've been talking about quantum ideas and consciousness, and UFOs, ETs have slipped into this, and I feel that's how they operate. They operate according to quantum physics, which we really don't understand. Their thinking is quantum, which we don't understand. So we need to immerse ourselves in this new ideas that transcend Newtonian physics if we're really gonna, as I say, start making contact with these beings. So that's why I chose to interweave all these three areas: consciousness, quantum physics, and UFOs, because somehow they're related. Would you say, Paul? You're shaking your head.
Yeah, they are. I think, especially in the West, right now I've got a rotator cuff issue, and we tend in the West to attack local symptoms and view them in isolation. And having lived in Japan for 4 years, sort of the Eastern medicine way is not so much what is your local symptom, but finding the underlying cause of a blockage of energy, let's say, that can heal the entire organism. We like to name things and make things narrow and isolated. And the more we look at this type of phenomenon, my dad mentioned it and others have also, it seems, and Janie and Desiree just now, and talking about entanglement, it seems like there's connections and we unduly try to artificially describe things as different phenomena, whereas it really seems like, I like how Desiree and JJ talk about the consciousness field reality, and there may be temporal manifestations of that overall universal field that we perceive in different ways at different times based on either our culture, like in the 1890s of steampunk, airships, or of elves or religious figures, etc. I think the more we look at this, the more we see connections, and all these words just sort of blend together.
Yeah.
Can I
JJ.
ask a question to Paul?
Yeah, Karen. Yeah.
Paul, thank you so much for sharing this. This is incredible. And for me, working with scientists, sometimes the challenge is, just we'll talk about science, but just don't use the C word as in consciousness. Yeah. And so I just heard what blows me away is your dad saying there is consciousness, there is intelligence, and I was just like, oh my God, here's this. Do you remember if he started out very kind of, hardcore science and gradually kind of started to say it's got to be something else? Or was he open all along? Because that's one of the challenges I have with some of the scientists I work with. It's like at one point they hit a wall and they're like, okay, well, maybe we will look into it. But some of them are more open. How was your dad? I would love to know.
He was not open at the beginning. He had worked with the Air Force with the proximity fuse in World War II. So I think it was his patriotic duty in the late 40s to help them poo-poo UFOs with Project Blue Book, which was a PR exercise, as we know. But a funny thing happened on the way to the debunking party. And all the data that he saw as a scientist, he couldn't just keep sweeping it under the rug. And, Jacques Vallée says it wasn't really until the Lonnie Zamora case in 1964 that my father felt comfortable speaking about abductions. Now it seems kind of quaint, but back then that was just an aspect he really was not comfortable talking about. So it was a gradual phenomena for him to go from being someone who was, I think, irked by not being able to put each thing in a little box and check it off, until saying, not only is there phenomena, but then seeing the kind of layers he mentioned of what might comprise that, well beyond the sort of Air Force explanation of aliens coming and penetrating our radar.
Yeah, I love it. And I hope more scientists will be listening to that message to relate to him as a scientist, because I really think part of the disclosure, some of the problems we're having is that other kind of resistance to that, and so many people just want to follow the traditional without even thinking, so I wish more of that message could be spread out, for people to see your dad as an example.
Right. Desiree, yes.
Yeah, if I can add to that, and we knew, of course, J. Allen Hynek, and I think it was the multitudinous realities that he was seeing. You mentioned in the 60s, he had that encounter with the abductions, but I remember him talking about 73 Pascagoula, Mississippi, which is coming out even more and more now with some of the people talking about it. They seem almost like robotic. So here you had robots. And then he went to Brazil with Dr. Hurtak, and they saw a phenomena of light manifestations that were just mind-blowing.
We were praying together with the Brazilian general, Air Force general, no less, who was open to what we will call the cosmic frontier. So when we use the word spiritual, and your father used it, it was meant in the sense of cosmic awareness, that we are just one of many life forms.
But I think that's what he was trying to say even in that video, that, people, and this is the 1,500 page report, Alan and I were talking about it earlier privately, that it's so complex, and it is, that's it, it's so complex. So not any one type of intelligence, not just meeting face to face, not over a cup of coffee, as Linda Moulton House says, that doesn't really work. These beings have a consciousness field that's very different in some cases databases from us. There's not only one being, there's different types of beings, there's different, we'll say, agendas for these beings, and it gets so complex. I think Paul Hyneck was just putting it together for the first time. He was the one saying, hey, it's so complex, it's hard to define, and let's try to, get some sort of database going. And I think that that's what's coming up now.
Yeah, I'll show some of that in my wrap up at the end of the show, Scott. I will show some of the clips that have just been released by the government that had to be forced out of their hands through the Freedom of Information Act. And it's very interesting that they're confirming unwanted pregnancies, abductions, neurological effects by being in the field of UFOs. And it goes along with what Caroline's documenting with these appearances. So we're at a threshold of a new time. And should we get a comment by Stanley before we wrap up this section?
Yeah, if Stanley has something to add, that would be awesome.
Oh, good heavens, I'll be happy to make a comment or two. First of all, I want to mention our book, Debating Psychic Experience, which is the only book that pulls together debunkers and proponents of parapsychology for a debate. And sometimes the debate is not exactly polite, but we got it published and it's unique. And I think we need to do more interaction and hear both sides and have them go at each other, and not necessarily in a polite way. They can go each other hooks and tongs, and that's how we might get more light and less noise. Okay, another thing that I will mention, the topic of alien abductions is something that we actually put in another book, Varieties of Anomalous Experience, published by the American Psychological Association. And that's the most controversial chapter, even more controversial than the lucid dreaming chapter, the past life chapter, the telepathy chapter. Alien abductions was so controversial, but we thought we had to put it in and present half a dozen different explanations for it. So it's there, and it's been getting a lot of information out there, and many people are beginning to take alien abductions seriously for the first time after reading that chapter. So those are my comments on what we've been discussing. I might also mention, I was delighted to see our black four-legged friend make a cameo appearance.
I'm just saying,
demonstrates that we have to remember we're a part of nature. We're not separate from nature. We're a part of the, as they say, Native American.
Yes. Well, abductions are big.
This is the cat in black.
Yes.
Well, Paul, why don't we give you the final word here, because you just had a little debate with one of the most well-known skeptics in the country. Do you want to just tell us how you handled him?
Sure. I followed in your footsteps, Alan, and debated Michael Shermer.
Right.
I've now become friends with him. He's going to come and be a guest speaker in my class at Pepperdine, because I'm trying to figure out what my long-term role in this field is, as I've told you and JJ and Desiree. And I think it may be that nexus of scientists and the phenomenon, because I grew up with a foot in both camps. You know, most people think of my dad as a UFO guy, but that was really his side hustle, right? He was a scientist. He was an astrophysicist. And so I'm looking at, he made a classification system for saucers and crafts. And I think now maybe I can extend that with communications. And so JJ and Desiree have been very helpful in helping sort of map out the contours of what I can look for. And so I'm very interested in helping science and creating bespoke, curated experiences that scientists can lean into for those experiencers of many phenomena who are interested in having science look seriously at it. Many folks don't care about science, but I'm interested in bringing science into this more, as many of you have done. And Dr. Cribner, I'm just fascinated by your the breadth of experiences that you've been tying together.
Mm. Thank you, Paul, for joining us. Stick around. We're going to maybe have a little discussion later with JJ and Stanley and our guests coming up. My good friend Jennifer, we'll get to her, and Caroline. So, Scott, what's up next?
All right. Well, first, I just want to let everybody know that we are running a little bit late tonight. So, for the agenda, people looking at the agenda, it's going to go a little bit longer, but totally fascinating. So, up next is Cornflower. Then we've got some Global Peace Tribe announcements. Then we've got your friend DB. And then we've got the roundtable conversation. And also, John Martin is going to come on and play some music and show an amazing video. And I think I'm going to tell a couple of the stories about what some of the astronauts told me privately when I was interviewing them. And maybe we'll get that might encourage JJ and Desiree to share. I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours. How's that?
And I have to leave you folks now because my next appointment just came in.
Stanley, well, let me bring you on camera one last time. Stanley, thank you so much. It's been an honor to have you with us tonight. It looks like you've had a good time, and we sure have enjoyed having you.
We had a wonderful time, and I enjoyed all of the guests, all of the comments. It was just absolutely great. Yes.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
All right.
Here, I gotta go. Thank you so much, everyone.
Caroline,
Okay.
good luck with the opening. We'll have you back.
Thank you.
All right, thank you both. Beautiful work, you guys. All right, let's get some music going.
I just want to say Stanley is a national treasure. You realize that, Scott. He
Yes,
really is.
Yeah, absolutely. We are very grateful to have had Stanley with us.
Yes.
Cornflower, are you
sir.
enjoying the evening?
Yes, this has been amazing.
Good. Well,
thank you again.
This is, as we listen to Cornflower's music, it's a good opportunity for us to digest. Because there's a lot of wisdom, a lot of beliefs, a lot of different things. So let's use this opportunity to really digest with the music of Cornflower.
All right, here we go.
Wow. I'm going to read some of the comments. Super inspiring. Tinkle the lights and make everything better as we listen. Dude, this music is DMT-like, and that's about the highest compliment I can make. Cornflower, you are transcendent. So beautiful. Change your mind, yes. And those are just a few. Thank you, Cornflower.
Thank you again. It's such a gift to be in circle with so many open-hearted, open-minded, and on the cutting edge of the new paradigm, the new time. It's just such a gift to be invited in to this global peace tribe with everyone here tonight. So thank you so much.
And Cornflower, you're going to get to see another side of Cornflower a week from tomorrow, next Sunday, for the Sacred Sunday show. Cornflower is going to be joining Kristen Hoffman and myself and Chief Phil Lane, and we're going to converse. You're going to get a chance to really hear the wisdom and conversation with Cornflower. So that's going to be on my Sacred Sunday show a week from tomorrow. And I do want to take people back to your website one more time. I didn't get a chance to show people how important it is to join and to support you. So when you go to cornflowermusic.com, I really want to ask everybody, go to join, do what I already did. You watch that little part of putting in my name. But what I really want to ask you to do is become a flower seed for Cornflower. Yes. Let us all seed him together. And Cornflower, Kristen Hoffman, so many of our musical artists that we love have either Patreon pages or membership sites. And it's really, really valuable for them to know that they have a monthly income. So when they've got 10 subscribers, 100 subscribers, then they know they have a monthly income. They have some stability and security. Look, we all want financial security and stability. Let's provide it to our musical artists. So you can go for as low as $3.33 a month. You can join, or you can put in your own, you can name your price, and he provides so many wonderful things. Access to his music, access to new releases early on. And I really like number 5, the satisfaction of knowing that you're supporting his musical medicine mission. So please, let's all support Cornflower. Please. Like now, cornflowermusic.com, upper right-hand corner, click join now and join. All right. Thank you, Cornflower.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Alan. And thanks for all the presenters. It's been a really amazing evening.
There's more. There's more. There's more Johanna Beekman coming up.
Yeah, Johanna.
So I am going to put the spotlight on our friend Sheila Seppi. And Sheila is the founder and the creator of the Wish Alliance. And she's going to tell you all about it. And I met her just very recently. And I was so impressed with what she's doing that I said, I'd love for you to come on. And it seemed to me that the Science and Consciousness show was perfect. Well, of course, as fate would have it, and the way these things go, it turns out that she and Alan are old friends. So, Alan, take it away. Tell us a little bit about your experience with Sheila.
Sheila has a fantastic story about being a walk-in. And a lot of people say they're walk-ins, but Sheila had a miraculous recovery or transformation from a real fatal illness. And something happened where she shifted and she healed overnight, and she realized this was part of a higher consciousness, and she's dedicated her lives to understanding the phenomena of incarnation, I would say. And her Wish Alliance stands for walk-ins, indigos, starseeds, and hybrids. So she is at the cutting edge of consciousness, of what we're calling the experience of being here embodied, and what the evolution of consciousness looks like. So Sheila, talk a little bit about the Wish Alliance and what you're doing.
Oh, thank you. And thanks so much for the invitation to be here tonight. I really do appreciate this. And this programming is phenomenal, absolutely out of the ballpark. So thank you so much. I would like to share with you our website. And as Alan said, WISH stands for Walk-ins, Indigos, Star Seeds, and Hybrids. And we are a multi-dimensional conscious evolution movement. We are not just for walk-ins, indigos, star seeds, and hybrids. As someone recently pointed out, the alliance starts with the words all, A-L-L. And so actually we are for everyone, angelic beings, multi-dimensional beings, because at this day and time, a lot of people are waking up and they're looking for support on their journey. If you go to our website, you'll be able to scroll down. You can sign up to receive our weekly mailings, and you will learn about all of the different events that we have coming up. And you can click on our events to scan through them to see what really speaks to you. And we also have all of our events from this year and last year, because this organization, actually, Alan, it's hard to believe, is a little less than a year old. So we have a birthday coming up pretty soon. But called the Conscious Awakening series every Monday night from 6 p.m. until 8 p.m. And every month I have a different co-host, and we bring on wonderful speakers to help us to spiritually awaken and to help to settle us in. Next week, I believe we have someone coming on to talk to us about DNA and how our DNA is waking up and how the light codes are beginning to activate. On Thursdays, we have the Cosmic Conversations, and we bring in, again, speakers from all genres. Now, the alliance is very important because we have different levels of individuals, or different levels of support, I should say. We have our alliance, which are basically the members who help to promote the organization, who help to support it, people that I'm able to bounce ideas off of. And you can see we have Alan and so many other wonderful people who are lending their talents and their time to help this organization to grow and to flourish. And the most exciting thing is we have what's called the ambassadors. Now, these are the individuals who are providing services and who are there to be able to support people when they need that support, whether they're looking for a DNA activation, if they're looking to connect more with ascended masters, their extraterrestrial star families, if they're needing healing. We have a variety of services that all of these wonderful individuals are providing. And it's amazing because last year, this time, we had maybe 2 or 3 people who were really involved and on fire for this concept. But now you can see we have grown and we have nearly 100 people at this time. These are the services that they provide. So you can check, let's see, let's hit extraordinary, mysterious, and unexplained. So if you have questions that you're looking for, let's say about earth grids, you can get a hold of Rachel. If you think you may be a hybrid, these are individuals that you can contact. They can help you with their mediumship and psychic abilities. We have Fernando, who can provide long distance sacred geometry healing. So we have so much to offer. And all of these members are vetted, and they are, if you click on one of their services, you'll go to their website and you'll make your appointment with them, not through the Wish Alliance. Everything that we do is at no charge because we want to help to support our membership, to provide that community, and to be able to, help promote the services that they have. We have what's called an artisan station, where we're able to highlight members' art, their music, their films. Let's go to the films, and poetry. And we have a short film on here by Alan Steinfeld. We also have by Dr. Richard Horowitz, his Starseed Evolution. And we have information and documentaries by Neil. And all you have to do is go and to click on any of these so that you can watch them. But the most exciting thing that we have right now is we have forms that we have put on to make it very accessible for people who would be interested in becoming an ambassador. Maybe they're an artisan. Maybe they provide meditations. Maybe they're an author and they have a published book and they would like to have it listed under the ambassador section. We have an entire library that we're developing. We have a place where people can review books, the meditation application. And the one that we're really the most excited about right now is Your Voice Counts, and share your story. And what this does is it gives people an opportunity to have their story heard, and they can send it to us. We read through everything, and then we're in the process of uploading all of this information now. So I hope that you will visit the Wish Alliance and become part of our team who's helping to expand and to spread consciousness throughout not just our community, but throughout the world.
Wow.
And so, yeah, so this is the conscious, this is our conscious evolution movement. We started out as an experiential group. And speaking of experiential, I want to give a little plug for a book that I'm writing, We the Experiencers, because it really fits in so well with tonight's topics and conversation. It's not a scientifically validated study, but instead it's an experiential reporting of 37 individuals who have had experiences with ET contact, spiritual or Kundalini awakenings, non-local consciousness and telepathy, bilocation, telekinesis, astral travel, remote viewing, and a whole lot more. And we're looking at the correlation among and between all of these individuals, because there's something that's happening out there right now. And people are having these phenomenal experiences. And one of the things that I personally am on fire about is sharing these experiences. Because when I became a walk-in, I was very, very fortunate that within 6 months, I had my first spiritual teacher to help me through that integration process. But not everyone is as lucky. And so as people wake up spiritually or find that they've had a unique experience, the Wish Alliance is there to help them. And so I want to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to come out tonight and to sort of, share our story.
Great. Thank you, Sheila. You're doing really, really important and wonderful work.
Thank you very much.
You know why it's so important what Sheila's doing? Because consciousness is multidimensional, and people need a forum in which to understand that, if it's happening to them, or to express their insights about that. So this is what Sheila's providing.
Yeah, it's very important. Thank you very much, Sheila.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, yes, Alan?
No, are we ready? No, I'm just getting excited about what you're about to say all right about.
Okay. Well, it is time for us to continue with some Global Peace Tribe announcements. And, that's one of the things I really enjoy doing is sharing with people like we just shared with Sheila, and we are creating this beautiful Global Peace Tribe, and that's you and you and you and you. Everybody. And I'm watching in the chat box, more and more our regulars are meeting each other and sharing contact information. So, we are all waking up together. And, some of us are on camera more, and some of us are more listening, but we're all coming together to learn, to grow, and to awaken. And so I want to share with you some of the things that are coming up that I think are important. So let's start by going to next Sunday. Of course, a week from tomorrow is Easter Sunday. Now we're going to have a very special whole weekend. You already saw the flyer and the poster and the video about the Awakening World weekend. But there's also something else that's going to be happening. And many of you know Christy Michaels. She is a regular to our show. And she's put together a very special experience honoring the Gospel of Mary Magdalene. It's an annual event that she does, and it's the Magdalene Moonrise Easter Celebration. And it's going to be Sunday afternoon, 4 o'clock Pacific time, 7 o'clock Eastern. And she's got all these amazing, wonderful women and a couple of guys. And I happen to be one of the two men that are going to be. Nina Gray, who we love, she's one of our favorite musical artists, is going to be there. And so really strongly encourage you to participate. And you can get all the information by going to gospelofmarymagdalene.info. gospelofmarymagdalene.info. So thank you, Christy, for the wonderful work that you do. Of course, I'm always being asked to host and help people since I've been doing this for quite a while. And I have agreed to be involved in a fundraising event for Ukraine. And believe me, I'm very aware of what's going on in Ukraine because I work with a company that has 200 employees in Ukraine. I've worked with them for 7 years. I have friends and clients that are starving right now, literally starving. It's not safe to go get food. People that live in the Ukraine, it's incredible. And I'm sure you're reading the stories and you know about it. So I want to invite everybody to participate in this upcoming event. We're going to actually do it 3 times. The first one's going to be 2 weeks from today, April 23rd, from 8 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock in the evening. And then we'll roll right into the Awakening World. And you can learn all about it by going to wethepeoplesummit.online. wethepeoplesummit.online. And I'm going to invite a lot of my favorite musical artists, and there's a lot of other hosts that are involved. So it'll be, again, a chance for us to come together, to pray together, to raise money together, to listen to music together. And it's going to be a beautiful experience. So I want to invite you all to participate in that. I also want to invite you to something very personal. You know, before I was hosting all these shows, for 25 years, my primary focus has been coaching. I've coached over 1,000 couples. I've coached hundreds of small businesses, like the company I was just telling you about that's in Ukraine. And I used to teach 2 or 3 courses every year. Then the pandemic happened. When the pandemic hit, I was teaching a course, and when it concluded, I kept postponing when I was going to start my next course, kind of waiting for this to die down, the shows that I was doing. Well, it doesn't look like it's going to die down, at least doing these shows. And 2 years have gone by since I taught my last course. And a lot of people are asking for it, so I am going to start another course, and it starts also on April 23rd. Now, I'm going to do the course in the morning, help with the fundraising event in the afternoon, and then come do Awakening World in the evening. So April 23rd is going to be a big day for me, and hopefully for all of you, because I'd like to invite you to participate in my course. And this is where you're going to learn the best tools of how to have great relationships. And honestly, I'm a good producer, I'm a good host, but most people will tell you my greatest gift is as a teacher of relationship skill building. I traveled and taught with Marshall Rosenberg. I've studied with most of the great, master teachers. I've known them personally. I've had them on my shows, both the television shows I used to do and now these shows. And I've put together a really very practical series of classes that are interactive. I keep it small. I keep it to 30 participants and a few love coaches. Many of you have already registered. And we all practice together and we grow together. So the main course is Saturday mornings for 2 hours. And then we have an optional practice group every Wednesday evening. And then we also have a Facebook group. And I also get people homework assignments. And it's a 3-month program. And guaranteed, you will have a remarkable increase in your ability to manage differences, to understand how to give yourself empathy, how to give empathy to others, and basically how to go from any reptile brain reactive thinking and reactions that you might make when you're triggered into frontal lobe consciousness. That's what I teach. That's what I'm going to show you how to do. And when we go from living back here, even some of the time, to living here most or all of the time, that's when life becomes very wonderful. That's when we're living in a state of loving consciousness. So if you are interested, all the details are at lcamasterclass.com. Debbie will put that into the chat box, I'm sure. lcamasterclass.com. And if you really are seriously interested, I am providing free consultations with myself for 15-20 minutes to really talk to you a little bit more about the course and see if it's for you. So I really want to invite all of you to participate in that. I hope that you will choose to do so. Okay, I have 2 more announcements, and then we will continue on with the show. Any of you that buy your products through Amazon, please buy them and do it in a way that benefits us. And it's really easy to do that. We have an arrangement with Unify, and again, welcome everybody who's watching on Unify. And Unify and Amazon and the Awakening World, Global Peace Tribe are all working together. And so when you make an Amazon purchase, go to amazonsmile.com and choose Unify the World. And that's our nonprofit partner. Or just use our Amazon Smile link, which you can get by going to this little tiny URL, which again, Debbie will put into the chat box for you. And this is how you can support us. And you know, it adds up. All of us are buying from Amazon. I get Amazon a couple times a week, knocking on my door, leaving. It's amazing. You order and 20 minutes later, they're knocking on the door, delivering it these days. It's remarkable how fast they've got it. So support us in that way. It's a good way to do that. Then the very, very final thing is tomorrow. Of course, I always do a Sacred Sunday show. And this is where I do want to invite you, Alan, to come on and tell us a little bit about the guests that you've invited for tomorrow's wrap-up of this topic and for our Sacred Sunday show.
Right. So we've approached this topic from a scientific point of view, looking at UFOs and consciousness. But tomorrow we talk about quantum healing and transformation. What is that leap that has to happen in the mind to go from one state to another state? And the people I've invited are a part of, some of them are part of recovery community in Massachusetts. They've become really good friends of mine, and they have developed a way of expressing themselves that I thought the world needs to hear about their quantum transformation. So I think you'll love these people. They're very personal. Kristen Johnston just wrote a book called Heal the People. Jojo and Steve have an organization called Ascend Together. I don't know Amalie, but I'm happy she's there with us. So it's going to be a kind of wrap up of how to take the concepts we've heard today and apply them to your life. So
I'm who invited Amelie Grace, and you've seen her on our shows before. She has been on some of the shows when we've collaborated with Teresa Collins, and she is brilliant. And she's all about consciousness, and she also has some really remarkable practical tools that she'll be providing. So we're excited about having her. All right, Alan, I'm turning it over to you to introduce our next guest.
Well, I'm so happy she waited here for us. She is a very, very good friend of mine. I met her through my, I would have to say, spiritual wife, Paula Gloria, when they met at Amachi's ashram in India. And there was an instant connection. Since I was connected to Paula, I was immediately connected to Geneva. We've done lots of programs together. She actually appeared with JJ and some other thinkers on a roundtable discussion about what is consciousness for my cable show at the studio. But Geneva is a master astrologer, but she's also a very wise thinker about the ways of the world. She's also writing a book about Black women archetypes, which is very much needed in that community. And she is going to put together for us now a lot of the concepts we've been hearing for the last 2 days. She's going to talk about astrophysics, astronomy, and astrology, and how they're all the same. And it's kind of in the understanding of E equals MC squared. This is a conversation or a discussion that Jennifer was doing that I'm glad everyone here has waited for, because I'm really interested in what you have to say. Thanks so much for being here and spending the time and taking the time. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. Let me share my screen.
Yes. Did I give a good introduction? You want to say anything else about your introduction?
I would like to say I'm an esoteric astrologist, which means I look to the inner meaning of things and the spiritual meaning and focus toward my astrological insight.
I just want to say I thought it would be important to have that mystical insight in a discussion where we're talking about consciousness affecting reality. So that's one of the reasons we're in this universe, to interact with the outer and inner realm. So, okay, Jennifer, it's all yours.
All right. My topic presentation tonight is E=mc². Astrophysics, astronomy, and astrology are all one. And I've always been fascinated with E=mc² and wanted to know what it meant. I don't have a science background. My interest in science is really stimulated through PBS. And then I started studying on my own. So last year, I just wanted to go back to this. If you look at this slide right here, you can see this is Einstein's statue monument in Washington, DC. I just shot this picture Monday. I was in DC, now I'm in Berkeley. And you can see that there's this star map below his feet. You can see these circles. So everything that I'm showing, I'm just going to show the disclaimer here. Now, this is a celestial map beneath, on the ground of his monument, which shows when they inducted the monument, they did a map of the heavens below his feet, where the stars were in 1997 when they installed the monument. And so when you go there, you will see this these studs on the ground, and all of the studs on the ground are representative of where the stars were in the heavens when they installed the monument, which is fascinating. So I'm just going to roll a short film. This is from 22nd and Constitution that I shot this past Monday, of where the monument is located.
Why is it important to show it, you think?
I think it's important so you can just get the feel of Einstein's energy and the energy around where his statue is, because I found it amazing. I was there all afternoon, and people came by of all ages, all nationalities, to take pictures with the Einstein statue. And the birds are heavily tweaking in the background. It was just a beautiful, beautiful afternoon observing how many people come and see him. Hundreds and hundreds of people, busloads of people come and see his statue.
Well, and of course, he was the most important figure in science, and he opened the door to consciousness by saying everything is relative to the position of the observer. Yes.
I don't know what's happening with my presentation here. Hold on.
Oh, I think you have to go back to the slideshow, I think.
This.
Yeah. Slideshow. Are you on the slideshow?
I don't know what happened.
Can you just pull up the PowerPoint again?
Well, I'm trying to. I don't know what happened. Where am I?
It doesn't look like you're in PowerPoint.
Let me just go back to Zoom.
Okay. Yeah, you can unshare screen.
Okay, yeah, let me stop sharing.
Yeah.
Something,
Okay.
Something has
So bring up PowerPoint again, and
oh my God, low battery.
oh, there you go. All
For
right.
some reason, it got stuck on this.
It's okay.
Let me just do this.
It was
Alan
working.
Alan is well known for his presenter facilitator skill, the Steinfeld technique.
I think we did that in San Francisco, right, Paul?
Yep, that's right.
Thanks for reminding me. Okay.
Let me just refresh this.
But Scott, you're muted. I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, Alan, I'm just suggesting that maybe you can kind of bring in how this is relating to our show tonight.
Okay,
okay.
Can I just do my presentation, please?
Sure, just do it. Yes.
Thank you. E equal MC square is the energy, the host of spotlighted your video for everyone. I don't understand what's going on with this.
That's
my thing has just totally frozen. I don't understand.
Well, do you want to just talk about what you discovered?
Yes, what I discovered is that when you look at astrophysics, astronomy, and astrology, all of them begin with astro, and they all embody E equal MC squared, because when we're dealing with energy, everything is energy. Everything is energy. And when we go to the mass, we have a planetary mass, we have our physical body mass, and objects and form all have mass, which is energy, which is contained with energy. I can't believe this froze. Oh, God.
That's okay. But I like what you're saying, so you can keep saying about how it fits in, where astrology fits into it all. That's what I want to know.
What it is I have copies of the chart to show just how astrology applies, but I just...
Should we come back to you? Do we get like a little music?
Can you give me like 3 minutes? Can you give me?
Well, maybe we should do a little music, Scott, and wrap up with Geneva. What do you think?
Let me just see if this is what it is.
So I do think let's give her a few minutes to try and figure that out.
Okay.
All right. And
yeah, what I'm going to do is just shut it down and start over, because evidently it froze. I don't know why.
But while you're doing that, I just want to also ask Paul Hyneck about Einstein and the importance of his insert into Western thinking that has transformed the world and activated quantum physics as a vehicle for understanding reality.
Yeah, as a French major, I would be punching way above my weight there, so I'll graciously back out of that one. I got nothing.
Let's go to because we're running very, very late. So what I'd like to do is go to Johanna, and let's just really drop into some beautiful music. I think that would be a wonderful place for us to go next. And thank you, Johanna, for being with us and jumping in.
All right. Well, this is actually an appropriate song. This is a song that is off of my album called Beyond Love, and it's called Hey Ma Durga. And Ma Durga is this beautiful, ferocious goddess den mother who slashes through illusion and finds the truth. And sometimes when I'm feeling unsure or things are kind of unclear or not quite coming together, I chant to Durga or to the great divine mother in general, and things become clear. So that's what I'm going to do right now. And this is a duet with Donna DeLory on my album, so you might hear her voice somewhere in here. And she's going to be at our festival September 15th through 18th. Bhakti Love. This is Hey Ma Durga. Hema Durga Jaya Kali Ma Hema Durga Jaya Jagadambe Ma Hema Durga Hema Durga Jaya Kali Ma Hema Durga Jaya Jagadambe Ma Hema Durga Jaya Kali Ma Hema Durga Jaya Hema Durga Give us strength, give us strength, give strength, give us strength. Durga Ma. Hey Ma Durga, hey Ma Durga, yeah. Durga Ma, hey Ma Durga, hey Ma Durga, hey Ma Durga. Oh, 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 hey Ma Durga, Jaya Jagadambe Ma, Jagadambe Ma, Mama.
Oh, so beautiful.
Wow.
Thank you so much. As Joanne said, angelic, and it is true. You are such an earth angel, Johanna.
I'm such a what?
Earth
Sorry.
angel. You are an
Earth angel, yay! I love that. Well, I'm really excited to hear about astrology, astronomy, and all of the rest. And thank you. I heard that there's an Amma devotee among us, a couple of them. So, yay! I was so glad to hear that, family.
You know, that was the perfect introduction to my friend who is Ma Durga and Kali Ma. You know?
Perfect. Maybe that's all we needed to set the stage, and now it's all going to go smoothly. May the technology gods be with you, dear sister.
Thank you. And just a reminder to everybody that Johanna sings. As we have heard, she does sing, and the website is johannasings.com, and there's a lot. Her lullaby yoga, her videos, you can buy music.
Oh, and next weekend I'll be in Las Vegas at that Festival of Colors that just popped up there. So if you want to pop down there, I'm doing a church service at the Center for Spiritual Living in Las Vegas. My tour schedule is right there on the right side of the website you saw. So.
Okay, let me go back there again. I missed it. Sorry.
Oh, they can go to the website. They'll find it. I'm easy to
Okay, go to
find.
Johanna Sings. She
That's it.
sings, and we are
I
happy
do.
that she does.
Yay, and drop me a line, just sending you all my love, family. Thank you so much, Global Peace Tribe, for another gorgeous, illuminating Saturday evening. Thank you, Chad Ross, for playing the
Thank you,
percussion.
Chad. Yeah. All right. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, Alan.
All right. Wasn't that the perfect song for you, Janaba?
Yes, beautiful.
I think it gave you some strength and energy. So why don't you pick up from where you left off? We're with you. So go ahead, share your slides. And we're interested in how you're saying in astronomy and astrology all come together using that understanding of the stars. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I was speaking about the E equals energy, and energy is everything. And when we're talking about astrology, we're talking about invisible energy. We're talking about electromagnetic energy, okay? And so we know that 95% of the universe we can't see it.
Now we can see it, yeah.
Yeah, excuse me. Yes, we know that we only see 5% of the universe, okay? And we are the essence of light. So when we look at E equals energy, M equals mass, the planetary bodies are mass, our physical bodies are body mass, and then we have the squared, C equals the speed of light, okay? And so we have E equal MC squared. It's when something you multiply it by itself. So astro is the common prefix that we have for astrophysics, astronomy, and astrology. And that's to deal with the stars. And so astrophysics is the branch of astronomy concerned with the physical nature of stars and other celestial bodies and the application of the laws and theories of physics. Okay? Astronomy is the branch of science which deals with celestial objects, space, and the physical universe as a whole. Now, when we look at astrology, it's the study of the movement and relative positions of the celestial bodies interpreted as having an influence on human affairs and the natural world, okay? And there's exoteric astrology, which is what's happening outside, you know, and then the inner, the esoteric interpretation of the planetary stars. Because we are light solidified. Earlier, they were talking about the Kirlian photography. You know, we have our light bodies, our chakras. And so that's how light plays into all of this. And we receive the light from the sun. We receive the light from the stars and the planets. And it's all connected. We can't separate it.
Because we're dealing with light, really. Stars are light.
Yeah, we're solidified light. Now, I did a chart just for the consciousness for tonight. It was born on a Saturday night in Sedona, Arizona. I set this chart just to show you how different charts can show the energy. We had Libra rising. So that means Venus was ruling this chart. Venus is in the 5th house, which is the house of Leo. And so you can see the red lines are dealing with challenges and the blue lines are dealing with harmony. But luckily we had Jupiter trining the moon, means the energy was flowing. And when this program started tonight, we have Cancer in the midheaven and the star Sirius was directly above, because the midheaven is 10 degrees and the star Sirius is 13. So we had the blessings of that starlight with us tonight. Now, I wanted to talk about the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope on December 25th, 2021, this $9.7 billion project. When you're launching into space, if you look at the speed that they're traveling and the launches and everything that's involved, this is how the chart looked for the James Webb Telescope. I set it for Berkeley, but you see this grand trine right here that is so powerful. The energy was just, it was like they cast the chart to launch this ship on the James Webb Telescope on Christmas Day 2021. Mm-hmm. Right. It's so powerful because the connection that it has with consciousness is that as above, so we low. As they peer off into these unknown territories in the universe, below, we are going within and discovering our inner light and going deep beyond within ourselves.
I also want to say, the James Webb Telescope will be the most powerful telescope ever launched into space. And like I said before, their first mission is to look at the TRAPPIST planetary constellation, which have Earth-like planets, and look for life. That is the purpose of the James Webb Telescope, is look at these distant planets to see if they can discover any biological activity. Yeah.
Okay, and just remember that we are light solidified, okay? So how do we become unsolidified? Because there are people who do disappear. But right here, when going back to some sayings of Einstein, he said, the right to search for truth implies also a duty. One must not conceal any part of what one has recognized to be true. And I think that has a lot to do with people we're talking about earlier, the scientists, and how things have been hidden and certain things records are being opened and revealed now. Mm-hmm. Now, this is at these are at the monument, Einstein's monument. And this is what I love about him most. He says, as long as I have any choice in the matter, I shall live only in a country where civil liberty, tolerance, and equality of all citizens before the law prevails. So here you have a scientist whose consciousness It's very much one with all humanity. And you could see that. Here he is with Marian Anderson. He was friends with her. Here he is at Lincoln University with students. And he was trying to help get a lynching law passed, which was just passed last week. They've been trying for years. Here he was with students at Lincoln University, again, talking about rights for Black people. A lot of people didn't know that about Einstein. He was just so universal. Here I am at his statue in Washington, D.C. And I just had to climb up there and get on his shoulder and just be at one with him.
Right.
And I just want to say that astrology, astrophysics, and astronomy all embody E equal MC square, all three of them. And they are pointing to self-knowledge and knowledge of our inner selves. So if we look at the formula and take it and apply it to all of these things, you can see it's all interconnected.
What's the connection to consciousness and light, you feel? Because it's all about light, isn't it?
Well, we're solidified light. And when you say, what is the connection to consciousness and light? I just feel that when we go within, when we meditate and we activate our light bodies, we are connected with the universe. We're connected with the stars and the heavens. And sometimes it may take a hallucinogenic like Aya or mushrooms to get us there, for us to explore these other dimensions, but these hallucinogenics expand our consciousness. And it was when I was meditating last year that I realized that astrology, the study of astrology, was one with E equal MC square, because I am receiving the light from the planets and the stars. We can't see it, but you can feel it. I can feel when there's a lot of tension, as above, so below, from a planetary aspect, from the lights in conflict. Like I said, all of this is connected.
Well, are we moving into some good times, would you say? Just to kind of...
Well, when you say good times, I think of the good times. I want to say yes, the best times is to go within, because for the rest of this year, there's going to be challenges because the way the planets are lined up, because we're, all the planets are inside of the nodes. And when that is happening, the North Node and the South Node, or the Dragon's Head and the Dragon's Tail, there's going to be a lot of challenges going on. But the best way to survive it all is to meditate and to go within and be at peace and receive the light, activate your inner light.
Well, that's okay. I thank you. Thank you. Thank you. How do people find you and get a personal reading and all that?
Well, my website is houseofcosmicenergy.com.
Nice. Great.
And it's just a couple of pages. I have a contact page, and you can contact me there.
Great. Thanks for joining us. So the bottom line through what you're communicating here is that Einstein led the way to a revolution in understanding about light and matter and consciousness. And we are the inheritors of this. This program is a kind of response to the Einstein revolution of including the personal reality interfacing with the external world. That's what I got from what you were saying.
Good. I'm glad. You know, I feel like people could get different things, but I just want to say that E equal MC squared. E is energy. Everything is energy. And then the mass, we got the planetary mass, we got our physical mass, our body mass. E equal MC squared, and we're light. We're the embodiment of light. we have light bodies. So when you look at all of this astrophysics, astronomy, astrology, to me, it's just the embodiment of his formula, E=mc². You can't separate them. They are one.
Thank you.
Then this is I don't have a scientific background.
No, it's great.
But I have an understanding of energy and light. And I received this message in a deep meditation because I've always wanted to know what it was Einstein trying to say to the everyday people. And when I read what he said about not wanting to live someplace where people don't have tolerance and people aren't equal, is because he was a humanitarian and he understood the oneness of humanity. And to me, oneness is the consciousness, like they're saying, use this program, it doesn't promote any religion or anything like this, but it's all about how we're all connected and it's all about the oneness, the ancient teachings of oneness. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you so much, DB. Thank you very, very much.
Well, hang around. Are we going to do the after show? What do you want to do?
Well, I think, we've run very, very late. And I'd like to bring on John Martin, who has been waiting patiently. And I think it would be really nice maybe for us to drop in and listen to some of John's music. And then he's got a video he put together for us.
Great.
And while we're doing that, maybe we can check in, see why don't you check in with JJ and Desiree, see if they've got the energy to continue answering some questions. How's that sound?
I also want to show a little bit of what's happening in the news about UFOs and science. So just to top that off, but John's perfect for that.
Yeah, John's a great segue. So take it. John, welcome so much.
Hey, Scott.
Welcome for being here. Thank you.
Oh, it's a great pleasure.
Yeah.
I've been moved to play this 15th century French hymn. It's O Come, Emmanuel, and it's just my interpretation of this piece.
John, that's beautiful.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit, for anybody, I know a lot of people know your story, but maybe just tell people a little bit about your experience of your relationship with our star family, and then I'll play the video you sent us.
Scott, I've been playing guitar for half a century now, and I've been using my music to communicate with our star family. I went out on my deck and played these same pieces I've played all my life, and projected positive thought and love and these beautiful musical works into the universe. And almost immediately I've had craft that came in, very large, beautiful craft, and I make it a daily practice to go outside and interact with our star family. And I've had many interactions with them, and this is just one of the types of interactions that I have. I made sort of a compilation of this one kind of, well, there's a few various kinds of interactions on this particular one that I made for you, Scott.
Do you feel drawn on particular nights? Like, do you feel them calling to you? Or is it the opposite? You kind of go out and call to them?
It goes in both directions. I can feel sometimes, a lot of times when I walk outside, they're waiting for me right in my driveway, and which is really fun. And I talk to them, Scott. In the mornings, I thank them for coming the night before, and I share my life with them, challenges that I have and great accomplishments and concerns. And it's just been a great realization that the universe is so open to us individually that when we make the effort to go and speak with them, they respond in very beautiful ways.
Well, you are one of the most beautiful people I know, so no wonder they're wanting to connect to you. And I really appreciate you have so much gratitude, and I don't know if we're going to hear it, but so often you're just thanking them. So I think that it's a great lesson for all of us, whether we're connecting with our star family or our human family or our animal family or Mother Nature, to be grateful the way that you demonstrate gratitude. So let's take a look at this beautiful video.
Should be audio to it, Scott, but it's okay.
What do you want to talk about? What you're seeing here, John?
Yeah, this was directly overhead, Alan, and it was trailing an airplane, and then it goes straight up into the sky, which I think is an incredible thing.
Are you feeling a communication when you're seeing that?
Very often. It's always a very a deep love impression that they send to me. There's always, great respect and honor for each other, and it's a very giving relationship from both sides.
Are you playing music, or are you just sending out thoughts? How are you doing this?
As a musician, Alan, I have music in my mind all the time. I'm always playing music. And when I'm in the park at night, I specifically play these pieces in my mind. And I really don't even have to do that anymore because we have an agreement to meet at the same time each night. I just got back in tonight, and I had some really beautiful interactions with our star family. And I'm not sure what happened to the video, but
I stopped the video because it doesn't work for Alan and you to try and talk.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Scott. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, 'cause either we got to watch the video and listen to the music, or somehow I can mute the music on the video and you guys can talk.
Well, let's do it with the music, right, John?
Yeah, please. I think the music was muted initially, Scott. That's why we were talking.
Okay. Well, let's give it a try again.
That's amazing. That's wonderful. Thank you, friends. Wonderful. Thank you, my friends. Hey, my wonderful friends. Happy Feast Day, dear ones. Thank you. Thank you, my lovely friends. Thank you for coming to see me tonight. So wonderful. Thank you, sweet friends. Thank you, lovely ones. Thank you, beautiful friends. Thank you, lovely ones. Thank you for coming to see me tonight. Oh, there's beautiful is that? Thank you, my friends. Gorgeous. Friends, I just saw that beautiful flex. Hey, there we go. Thank you. And look how fast you're moving. Wow, I just love it. Beautiful. Showing that this is done. Happenstance, this is deliberate. Thank you, sweet friends. Wow. Of course. Fantastic. Thank you, everyone. You're so awesome. Wow, look at you go. That's wonderful. You're really moving. Thank you, gorgeous ones. That was fantastic. Right through the center of both of those. Now that was one of the coolest things ever. Absolutely beautiful. Wow. Thank you. Hey, you gorgeous ones. So lovely. Hey. Thank you, my friends. How absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Hey, my dear friends. Hey, gorgeous ones. You're so wonderful. Thank you, sweet friends. Thank you, beautiful ones. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you, others. So important to me. Thank you. Thank you, gorgeous ones. Thank you, my dear friends. So beautiful. Have a lovely night. Thank you. Pop in right here would be just the coolest thing ever. Thank you, Cory. There you are. Oh, you did it. You did it, beautiful ones. Hooray. 10:05:23. Beautifully done, sweet friend. Whoa, of course, and there's that too. You did that beautifully. Thank you. Beautifully done, friends. Oh my goodness. Wow. Perfectly done, friend.
So beautiful. Thank you so much, John, for just giving us a master class in gratitude. And of course, because you've got such an open heart and you express with so much gratitude and openness, you get to have these magical experiences. I'm going to bring JJ and Desiree on. Anything you'd like to add or anything you'd like to express in what you just saw?
Well, we were very impressed with the film segments. Of course, this is where we have to see the need to update our optics to look at things that are closer to home.
I think it's great that you started with the Carol and Cory, Terror in the Sky, and then you end with this. It's really the same thing. We're being visited, we're being contacted, and this is a new day that's dawning for all of us to be aware of. And I know Alan Steinfeld also wanted to talk a little bit about that 1,500 page report that got released, because
we've talked to native indigenous elders, and they have seen spheres of light in their villages to South America. So we're talking about a gap between the scientific community of the North, that is the hard science, and these, what I will call the scientific community, the new scientific community of the Southern Hemisphere, which sees the need not of technology, but of heart opening experiences to go with the technology. Because if you have technology and you don't have the higher philosophy or the higher consciousness that goes with that story, it's just more phenomena rather than the noumena, the spirit, the wisdom of spirit that the great philosophers, teachers, and even the Christ referred to. And that's why Dr. Hyneck was interested in Rudolf Steiner and people like him, who represented the great breakthroughs, the great insights that would bridge one side of the brain with the other. Otherwise, we're just talking more and more of collecting technical material. So we have to wake up to our own optics. And that's what Ellen has shown us in this book, making contact. We have to contact the spiritual or the multidimensional self that we've ignored and put into the hands of scientific elites. If we don't play this role, then it's a game of merry-go-round. Nothing's going to be accomplished.
You know, we are at such an interesting crossroad. It's no longer a question of are there or aren't there. Here we see proof from John, and I'm going to show the Pentagon Papers. So the new question, and it's kind of a primitive one, is are they good or are they bad? There's something there for sure. Now you look at John and what Jennifer was saying about this love and peace, and even you guys, and then I'm going to show what the Pentagon is saying, looking at the opposite end of that spectrum and looking at the parts that maybe were not so beneficial. That's what I think. Let me see if this is the right thing that I'm sharing here. I'll just bring this up for 1 second, sorry. And so I think that we have to ask new questions. I mean, I just want to bring Paul in here and think, what was your father's opinion, Paul, about that good versus evil alien concept?
I don't know. Desiree may remember talking with him about that. I don't know. You know, the thing that I latch on to is, you know, the phenomena is so multi-leveled. And so we can't paint with a broad stroke about who they are, because they could be all kinds of things. And even if it's one species, there could be good and bad actors in that group. What I am comfortable with is that if whoever it is, wherever, whenever, however they come here, if they were really evil, we would know it right away. Like if you see two dogs interacting and you have to ask if they're fighting, they're not. So we would know it. So at worst, they're mischievous and manipulating. But in these days, here's my cat in black again. And it's very nice to have all this music because she's very, very ill right now. So nice to have this stuff for her. She's in bad shape.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. So, but
I'm just going to show, Paul, what the government and the media is catching on to. And it's sort of 180 degrees from where John and some of us others are coming from. So this is Fox News. I don't know why Fox is the one that chooses to broadcast this, but this is what they had to say about the latest release of 1,500 pages about UFOs.
12, and the ailments listed after these experiences, as you say, the most common experience, by the way, is abduction.
Can you believe this is on mainstream news? They're talking actually about the Pentagon saying abduction being the most I mean, this is mind-blowing for people who've been in the field for 75 years or however long.
Then, I love the picture, then radiation burns, paralysis, brain damage, even sexual encounters. There was also a case cited of a commercial airline pilot who saw what he said was a very bright flying disc, and when he got home, he had a very bright red face, and he had that for 4 days, and they believe it was radiation burn. So how do you explain that? And that video on the screen right now, there's this video of like a tiny Tic Tac that's these Navy fighter jets are pursuing.
That's the TikTok that Carol and Cory also photographed in her film. Same object going at the same speed or related objects. So
And
almost.
they just can't keep up with it. I don't know how you explain that, but this report does say that, you know, these encounters appear to be, to the people at least, very real, and that they believe that there is some sort of other intelligent or advanced system out there, and it's just not clear to us how they operate. In other words, as I said earlier, we are not alone.
But it's the example, it's the experience of the pilots, the commercial airline pilots and the Navy pilots.
Yep.
You know, it's hard to refute that when they've come up with an obvious physical thing on their face. And these are rational people. They see shapes and lights in the sky. It's hard to dismiss that entirely, isn't it?
I don't have a strong opinion on this. I mean, I do believe in these things. I believe in spirits and all of that. That's a whole other discussion. But yeah, there's other things and people out there for sure.
Okay, I don't think we're going to reach the end of this, but it is very interesting to an awful lot of people, and the conspiracy theorists run riot all the time.
All right, enough about that. But anyway, there it is. Commercial television, mainstream talking to the world, the American people, like, this is a reality. When he says the experiences are real as far as these people can say, well, let's just say they're real. Why put people in a box? JJ, you were going to say something?
Well, we have to look at the selective factor of why the negative cases are being released as opposed to the positive contact stories. And of course, having met with several government leaders over the last 50 years, I can assure you that the positive encounters outweigh the negative. You know, you look back at the medieval church, you look at the statuary, you see on the sides of many of the statuary some of these grotesqueries that we seem to see in the released Pentagon documents. So, I mean, the government has known about this for decades. They've had the best psychologists, the best material scientists, the best cosmologists in the world. We're very fortunate the United States has had the best of the best. And because it's a multidimensional universe that we live in that requires a better education and a better humility that many are not willing to play in the ivory tower, we've got these disparities where everything has to be negative or everything has to be positive. No, as we used to say, there's good and bad amongst all. And unfortunately, from our standpoint of what I will call a humanistic viewpoint, there's a few bad societies out there, but let's give the, shall we say, the higher source credit for the beautiful worlds that do exist.
But I have to agree, though, that it's so exciting to hear people saying on TV, yes, this is real. You go back 20 years at the time to J. Allen Hyneck, and basically it was totally poo-pooed. They all had excuses, but now they're saying, yeah, this is a reality. You know, let's find out more.
So we have to have a sense of positive energy, but we also have to have a sense of critical balance, that we choose our associations very carefully and not rush into situations that might work against the betterment of the human race.
So, Paul, what were you saying?
It's almost like National Enquirer television. You know, that was the only organ back in the day, right? You know, I was invited by Fox Nation, which is the streaming service of Fox News, to come and talk to them about hosting a TV show about UFOs. And I told my producers, no, I just can't do that. I would personally throw up in my mouth every time I went in there. I can't do that. And one of the producers had a very clever line. He said, well, look, but you know they're going to hire some hack to do this, and it's going to set UFOs back. Are you comfortable with that? And I said, yeah, I am. I just can't.
Well, I'll do it, Paul. Can you give him my name?
Sure. And Paul's already has a red face, if you notice his screen, so I think that's great.
But
yeah, right?
If your father Paul was to see this sort of broadcast on television back in his day, what would have been his reaction?
He would be very, there we go. He'd be really gratified that not only is the close encounter system still used, which it was very nice, but that people the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind was kind of a turning point in allowing, I think, people to feel comfortable coming forward. And for him to see that many many polls say that most Americans believe in UFOs and that it's talked about, and that the Navy, for God's sake, the Navy said we see them and we're afraid for our aviators. The Pentagon said it's a potential risk to national security. It's such a remarkably different public posture on behalf of important organs of the United States government from the dismissive, we've got this, please disperse attitude of the Air Force.
Right. Hey,
Alan, could I make a point?
yeah, I was just going to call on you because I want to get you the other side of it. Yeah, go ahead, John. Yes.
I've had craft that have been the size of office buildings that have come over my home. One was in the shape of a cross and a crescent. They were at a 45-degree angle. And at the same time, in just a few months prior in Wiltshire, England, there was a crop circle of a cross and a crescent. And later there was a cross and crescent with a star crop circle. And I've had a star cloud that was created perfectly for me over my park. And, and they give me heart clouds. And what they're saying is we want peace. We would love to see peace among all the religions of this world. I don't have any of these terrible experiences that are so prevalent in the media. It's just been a beautiful experience of love and support and appreciation for what I have to give and what they have to give, and it's an amazing, wonderful place to be.
Because you are light. Go ahead. Sorry. Yeah.
I'd like for the world to experience that. What the most important thing is, we all can do it. Go out and project what you love into the universe. That's what I did with my music. Mm-hmm. And so, if you're a mathematician, do your most elegant equation. If you're an artist, create some art outside with the thought of projecting that into the universe. And what we create is not localized. It moves through dimensions throughout the universe immediately, and you get immediate feedback.
Right.
And it's an incredible thing.
Thanks. Hey, Jennifer, you have any comments about the UFO debate?
Well, I come from the mindset of, I've always believed that anything is possible. So I'm always open to everything. Mm-hmm. I did have some somewhat experiences with UFOs and spotting them and seeing them and running into some beings in a desert once in Mexico. But I've kind of just left it at that. But I do want to say that I feel like in meditation, when you start hearing all these cosmic sounds and everything, or this cosmic music, is that I've realized I feel like it's contact, that I'm having contact with some celestial beings.
Yeah.
I've been realizing that this year, that these noises, they're not, but they're this frequency sounds that I'm hearing. I'm realizing now that I'm actually being contacted.
Hey, is that happening to you, John? Is that why you play your music? Because you're matching frequencies?
Absolutely. Yeah, the frequencies are what connect us, and that's what's made the link. And Paul, I just want to say quickly, I honor your decision not to do that with Fox. I fully agree with you on that.
Hey, JJ, why don't you talk about frequency too? And Desiree, yeah.
Well, let me just start by saying Steven Spielberg wisely chose at the end of his documentary, which is a feature film, but some see it as a documentary, of having music played by the extraterrestrial intelligence. And Dr. Hyneck steps in for the cameo there to give this credibility that music and vibration, we have found amongst the indigenous, is key to making associations with the higher forces of intelligence that love the human and will share knowledge, and the lower that manipulate knowledge. And we've had ETs that have been manipulating the chessboard for the last 75 years. And I think it's time for us to move on to the next level, which is a much higher level that Dr. Hyneck and his son would agree does exist. We need to have ultra celestials, those that can put their cards on the table rather than playing games with us.
But I do want to say though, with Close Encounters of the Third Kind, now people understand why, we'll say, Richard Dreyfuss built that looking like a volcano, really, the chimney rock type of energy in the living room. There's a tie-in to the brain that comes out in your book, Making Contact. And that's part of, I mean, it's amazing that that came out. People didn't understand it. We understand it now. There's a connection that they give to our conscious mind. That's part of our quantum consciousness awakening.
But you know, I never understood the frequency part until Jennifer said there's like the download, communicate, and frequency. And Paul, what did your father think of that? Da, 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 da. I mean, is that something that was part of his research, or was that something Spielberg threw in?
No, there's a lot of interesting stories about the movie, and that was John Williams and Spielberg. You know, John Williams is just a musical genius to come up with that. One of the stories I like about the movie was the scene where the young boy is looking out and like the chimpanzee is hitting the cymbals and all that, and he smiles. He's got that kind of Spielberg smile. Steven Spielberg was actually dressed up in a gorilla costume, going like this off stage. And there are a lot of interesting things about the movie, but you know, they filmed an ending where everybody leaves except my father. And he's there, and like the alien takes his glasses and they're playing around, and they cut that out. But that was the extended ending in the original ending.
What did that mean? Wait, everyone, the aliens land, they get off the ship, and your father's there, and
yeah, he's the only one there communicating with that large kind of spindly alien.
Wow, that would have been a great ending, huh?
Sure would have. That's really what got me started, was Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I had dinner with President Carter in Toledo, Spain, and we discussed his UFO experience, and he was very open about it. And I used that experience with a very dear friend, along with Close Encounters, where music was used as a communication tool. And I put those two things together, and that's when I went out on my deck and I started playing and projecting music into the universe. Ultimately, I really feel that I will have a point where I'll be playing music and they'll be playing music at the same time, and I look forward to that day.
But Carter didn't say anything about finding evidence when he was president, though, did he?
No, he was denied that by Bush, of course. Who was head of CIA at the time. Yeah.
Well, the reason I think UFOs is being so much discussed here, Scott, about the quantum field is that if we're really going to understand our relationship with them, we have to think outside of linear logical physics. We need quantum understanding about the nature of reality, because that puts us on an even playing field with these beings that don't think in linear Newtonian time. That makes sense?
Yeah, I actually would like to say a couple of things. And then I actually have to go pick up somebody who's at the gate waiting to get into my house because the system's down. I want to kind of bring back to what we were exploring last night, which is the bigger picture that this is a dream world, or a world above and beyond what our human little pea brains can really fully comprehend. And what if all of these experiences, whether it's a religious experience, whether it's a spiritual experience, whether it's a UFO experience, anytime we're having an experience that expands our consciousness, it's an opportunity to awaken beyond this illusion of separation. And we're blessed to be living in a time where there's so much evidence, scientific or spiritual, take your pick, that the illusion of separation is just that. And we have plenty of evidence and experiences and psychedelics and so many ways, meditation, to access our multidimensional self. So we are living in a time in which we are waking up. We are each of us in our own individual ways coming up with our own experiences of the multidimensional self. But it's also important not to get lost in a belief system, not to make a religion out of it. You know, tragically, most great spiritual teachers or many spiritual experiences became dogmatized, right? And a dogma grew out of it, a religion grew out of it, and soon people are killing each other in the name of Jesus, which is about the most insane imaginable thing. So let's recognize that each and every one of us gets to have our own unique journey back home, our own unique journey of awakening, our own unique journey of learning to love ourselves, to love each other. Because I believe that's the meaning of life on this planet. Because we're in the illusion of separation, choosing to love, especially as we get older and we've been hurt, we've been wounded. There's all this evidence to take care of ourselves. When we can choose like Jesus or the Buddha of compassion or any of the great spiritual teachers, you know, when Gandhi's struck down and he stands back up again. He doesn't fight back, but he stands back up again. All of our great spiritual teachers are teaching us to awaken to the pathway of compassion and the pathway of our open heart. You know, that's why I love John's work, because John is he's like this embodiment of love. So of course he's having these beautiful experiences. So I kind of wanted to wrap up with that. We can continue, but I need to go get this person who's waiting at my gate. So I'm going to leave it up to you, Alan. If you want to, I can make you host.
You can
run
make
the
me
show.
host for a little bit. I think we're about wrapped up, but if you want to leave, I'll just wrap it up and then leave after everyone's finished, and we'll just
and make sure you end it when you're
I'll
done.
end it on my end. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, everybody, for watching. We still have people with us, which is amazing. And I will see all of you tomorrow morning for the Sacred Sunday show
at 10:30, right here at
10 a.m.
10.
10.
Thank you for telling me that. 10 o'clock. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. 10 o'clock. See everyone there. But let's just wrap it up here, because I think it's been a great 2-day discussion. So, Jennifer, why don't you just wrap up your end when you're talking about Einstein being what Scott was saying is that it's really here about being compassionate. And I think Einstein opened the door not only to a new physics, but to understanding how science and compassion can work together. So there's a famous quote, but why don't you talk and I'll find this quote of Einstein's, but go ahead.
Yeah, you know, for me, Einstein, as a scientist, you didn't really I haven't seen that many scientists taking a stand with different people, because he was friends with Paul Robeson. They were very good friends. He was friends with W.E.B. Du Bois. You know, to me, you know, the sun, in astrology, every planet is ruling a sign. The sun rules Leo, okay? So we're revolving around the sun. It's the center of our solar system, right? And so it takes 8 minutes and 20 seconds for the light of the sun to reach us here on Earth, okay? And then each sign rules a part of the body. Leo rules the heart. Leo is ruled by the sun. Our heart, when the blood is pumped from our heart, it takes 8 minutes and 20 seconds to circulate through our whole body and come back. So you see that we have these connections with the light and the sun in our heart. It's all connected.
I've never heard that. So it takes the same amount of time for blood to circulate through our body as it does the light to reach us from the sun?
Yes, 8 minutes and 20 seconds.
That's
wow.
super cool.
That's very cool.
What do you make of that, Paul?
I guess super cool. I mean, wow.
Okay, so Paul, to wrap it up, thank you, Jennifer. That was worth the whole program, that little piece there. Thank you. Paul, to wrap it up on your end, Your father
I'll-
talked about consciousness. We're talking about quantum physics, and we're talking about UFOs, UAPs. The government's come out. What do you say about this next level of evolution we're moving into, and whatever else you want to say?
Okay, so well, I'll toss in a little morsel here, and this was buttressed in my mind by something that happened yesterday. I am a huge crypto guy, and yesterday at the biggest Bitcoin conference in the world, Avi Loeb spoke at a Bitcoin conference about the link between Bitcoin and UFOs.
Wait.
So,
What is the link? That's fantastic.
I'm just going to throw that tease out there, but that is something I've been ruminating and cogitating on also, is the link between crypto and UFOs.
Well, don't leave us hanging. What is the link?
Yeah, it's a bad connection. I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Well, we want it. Come on, don't keep us see.
Okay, I'll just give you one part of it, okay?
Okay.
Because I'm still sort of fleshing this out. It's the attitude of the government, right? We look at the government in terms of UFOs, and we say, what do you have and what will you disclose? We look at them in terms of crypto, and we say, what do you have? Because there's rumors the CIA has got a Bitcoin, and what will you regulate? And they're both, in both cases, it's not one monolithic block acting as a coherent, single action actor. You've got fiefdoms and turf wars and all kinds of things going on. So I think the government views both crypto and UFOs as existential threats to their control, and they don't know what to do about it. And personally, I'm just sick and tired of them. I don't care what they do. The cat's out of the bag for both of them because of efforts like you guys putting on events like this.
Alan?
Alan?
Muted, Alan.
I really can't hear you now.
No, I was just saying thank you for that association, because if the government's worried about crypto and UFOs, they really are being challenged here. John, how would you wrap up? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish, Paul.
Well, there are some really interesting intellectual, psychic aspects of Bitcoin that I'm really just now exploring. And so perhaps at another meeting, I can give you a status report.
That's great. Wow. Fantastic. That's a very interesting piece of information. So, John, how would you sum up the evening and everything you've heard here? And what do you think is coming from the communications you've gotten from your friends above?
I will just stop my video for 1 second and show you the cloud. This was the first gift I received. I don't think the people...
Go ahead. Put it on again. I'm going to highlight you.
They gave me these beautiful heart-shaped clouds. And this was after the cross and the crescent came. And they asked me not to take their picture, but they would give me something that I could take a picture of. And about a week later, that beautiful heart appeared in the same place.
Can you make it a little bigger on your screen?
Not really.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay.
But yeah, it's if you go to my Reverb Nation John Martin classical guitarist, it's right on the top. But I would say the important thing is for all of us to know the value of the individual. Each of us has such an important role to play in elevating humanity, and each of us is honored throughout the universe. And please, always remember that. If there's nothing else that I could say, is that each of us are just a jewel and concerned, as the universe regards us, because we're very rare, each and every one of us. If you think of human life as opposed to the size of this universe, it's so minuscule and so important. And we, thought is dimensional, and it goes in. It can, it goes throughout the galaxies very easily, and they come back just as quickly. I mean, the speed of it is mind-boggling, truly.
Thank you. Thanks, John, for being here. Okay, my friends, Doctors JJ and Desiree Hurtak, I'll give you the final word, and then I'll read a little statement by Einstein. But yeah, go ahead, JJ, Desiree.
What Paul Hyneck had to say is very important. We know through Russell Targ and top people working behind the scenes that they were able to show how mental energy augmented by higher states of consciousness can actually beat the game in Las Vegas. As Russell Targ showed and was replayed in the Wall Street Journal back sometime in the 80s, that he made $100,000 by beating the system. It means that there are minds that are super mental that can beat the system that unfortunately controls the nature and habits of most earthlings.
And that's really who we are. We are connected, not only with being able to win in Las Vegas, if we put our energy to that. I don't recommend it, of course, but it's an experiment, but also with the universe, with all levels of intelligence. And really, it's a matter of waking up to using those powers to change the planet. And
we are
have that
earthlings
ability.
waking up to the vast and awesome universe with the invitation to become cosmic citizens by not bowing down to UFOs and making them into gods, and certainly not caving over to military leadership that wants to say everything is negative because it doesn't fit into their materialistic logic. We are a humanity that can make this great leap forward into a Renaissance period. I think this is the greatest period of time to be alive, to actually have physical contact, mental contact, and even spiritual contact with our cosmic family on the other side. We must have the ability to hold hands of humanity around the planet and be that unconditional heartbeat of the future.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here and giving your wisdom. I'm just going to leave us all with, and thank you all for watching online, Unify, my channel, New Reality, subscribe, take out a super chat, everybody on Facebook. But I'm going to read the last paragraph in my book, Making Contact, which is a quote by Einstein, and then we'll just end it right there, because I think Einstein was a starseed, to quote other people, and attribute to Sheila Seppi's organization, because he brought in not only the idea of the subjective consciousness looking at reality, but formulating a science that would prove the idea that subjective reality is what reality is. So, you know, everything is, the theory of relativity means it's relative to the viewer. And it kind of empowers us as individuals to be in control of our own destiny, in a sense, and be equal to existence. So Einstein says, and I quote him in the end of this book, "Still there are moments when one feels free from one's own identification with human limitations and inadequacies. At such moments, one imagines that one stands on some spot of a small planet, gazing in amazement at the cold yet profoundly moving beauty of the eternal, the unfathomable. Life and death flow into one, and there is neither evolution nor destiny, only being." So this is us in our beingness. Thank you all for joining us tonight. Stay tuned for tomorrow, or see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Pacific, right here at The Awakening World.